The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Voices Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show. Savares saying no to the latest ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. They're demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon. Also, they're fighting their hampered efforts to end the Iran war. AP's John Gambrell in Dubai reports on the Iran connection.
We've seen the Iranians come out and suggest that they would only negotiate a permanent ceasefire deal with the Americans if the situation in Lebanon was stabilized. In the last day, we've seen Lebanese officials and Israeli officials go to Washington, D.C., where they met at the State Department and held a meeting to discuss the future of those two countries. This meeting ended with a statement that suggested that the Israelis would be willing to move out of some territory and allow the Lebanese military to go into them to govern.
The number of people filing for unemployment benefits hit the highest level in 4 months, 13,000 to 225,000. Layoffs, however, remain historically low, even with economic uncertainty brought on by the war in Iran. Despite historically low layoffs, the labor market seems to be mired in what economists call a low-hire, low-fire state, keeping the unemployment rate low at 4.3%, with many of those out of work still struggling to find new employment. The Arizona Supreme Court is denying a prosecutor's appeal of an order of the state's fake electric case against President Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, and others over the 2020 presidential election be sent back to a grand jury. The House is on course to pass a bill to aid Ukraine and sanction part of the Russian economy. New York Democrat Gregory Meeks says it's a no-brainer.
The invasion of a smaller democratic nation by a large authoritarian state is as black and white and pure and simple as it gets.
President Vladimir Putin says Russia will strengthen its air defenses to counter Ukraine's attacks. This is AP News. Barack Obama's presidential center in Chicago will open on Juneteenth. Exhibits explore the fullness of the American story. In a video played at a media preview, Obama highlighted the center's location, Chicago's South Side. This is the place Michelle was born and raised. Before I got the start as being the organizer. It's a roughly $850 million project spread over some 20 acres. We'll be able to walk through a full-scale replica of the Oval Office. But it's not just about recreations or artifacts.
He wanted it to be a living, breathing, engaging location.
Obama Foundation CEO Valerie Jarrett says it includes things important to the ex-president, like a library, a basketball court, a picnic area with grills.
Where people from across the streets or around the world would feel welcome, would feel safe.
I'm Sagar Meghani. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
How's the day, Warren? This is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers, east winds around 10 miles per hour, and combined seas of 3 to 4 feet will continue through the middle of next week. A low risk of recurrence today is expected to become moderate along the north and east facing beach tonight. The fire danger should remain low for at least 4 more days, and the latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUN.
My name is Emma, and I'm 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was in a class and that was my parents and the dance. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a hand-to-hand service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my friend Paul Martina, and quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swimming, and archery classes. Together, we cook vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. And we love Mercy. She makes us feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of children times, 400 animals have killed children over the past 50 years. The killer hope we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM with our guest host this morning. Coming out of the beautiful village of Idaho, we have Melissa Savares. It's about 6 minutes after 6 o'clock. It is a Friday. Be the best. June 5th, we are streaming live. You can catch us online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM. Our studio lines can be reached at 671-923-1051 or 1052. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com. For pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good To Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bay Pacific. Where others place brands with replacements, visit BayPacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations. Turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and fast rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group right now at Triple J Ford. Get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. Shop down and relax at the Agania Shopping Center. Your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your tinting and detailing needs. Call 483-7522. Total One Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear. Serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus Steel Toe Footwear. Stop by Code One Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM with our guest host this morning, Melissa Savares. Do you hear that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their children. They're the sounds of members of our community who benefited from United Way's financial education programs. So, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and doing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved and giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
I never heard that my son Jason as a father's children. My oldest called me and said, Jason got the trauma doctor came in and said he needs to get the shot. His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He was fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do. We're just so thankful that Jason is still here. Go online right now to loveshiners.org.
Your talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping into the education section of your resume, you might find the perfect talent. Skills for Travel helps you become others men, like the more than 70 million stars. Skills to alternative lives. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage. Because hiring managers who start with skills are 50% more likely to find a successful hire. Skills first. Learn why at TampaPacific.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are entrepreneurs, first-time guests, and long-time friends. All for First Light and Stardom. For road trips and trail runs. All who know is giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/all-for-parks.
The warrior faces virtually. He fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom is free. Slowly strong. Believe. Believe in families and New York.
Wheelchair for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairforwarriors.org.
Why do you propose that to charities and students? At St. Julie, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it. Help St. Jude to children with cancer more moments. Moments that can bring so much. Learn more at stjude.org.
Go to Adams' Off the Government yourself. You sit down with Republican candidates with Frank Glass and Dr. Mary Howard. That's the full consultation. Please on May 7th for Wave 105 Stay informed and share the vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam legislation.
From Chico to Melissa, it's Guam's Lucky Water. We're here on Wave 105.
Our brain learns faster when the reward is worth it. I'm Cooper Lawrence, health and wellness expert, and this is all well and good. The size of a reward dramatically changes how fast you learn, and scientists at Howard Hughes Medical Institute have the data to prove it. For decades, neuroscientists assumed learning speed came down to repetition, not payout. Turns out, they never actually tested it. When they finally did, the results were jaw-dropping. Mice given large water rewards learned a task in a single day, as opposed to mice given tiny rewards that needed many days and thousands of repetitions to reach the same level. The secret is dopamine. Bigger rewards produce larger, long-lasting dopamine signals. That means information is absorbed faster, essentially turning distracted students into focused ones. I'm Cooper Lawrence, and this is all well and good.
It's time to glaze over the details and get to the good stuff. In fact, this is the 12th time, and even dozen, we've ever featured a story about our favorite ring-shaped treat. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 5th.
While we celebrate National Donut Day as a timeless tradition, its status as a sophisticated breakfast staple was actually cemented by a single scene in the 1934 film It Happened One Night. Before the movie's release, dunking a donut was often dismissed as a messy, low-class habit. That changed when Clark Gable's character gave a suave, on-screen masterclass in the art of the dunk, teaching Americans that the secret was a quick 2-second dip and pass. This cinematic moment coincided perfectly with the 1934 Chicago World Fair, where automated donut machines were being hailed as the food hit of the century. It transformed the humble pastry from a simple snack into a modern, high-tech symbol of American comfort.
I love a great donut, but I want my coffee beside it.
I don't even see many people dunk their donuts.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody dunk their donut.
They were just that donuts. Now they're all awesome.
Right?
Delicious.
Yeah.
Soft. Glazed. And
yum. We're also celebrating National Veggie Burger Day and National Moonshine Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnic. Pairnic offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnic is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnic is your best choice. Remember Pairnic when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnic.
News, insight,
Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. And you've got it tuned in to Learning with Patti.
Manatee Blues. This is the Wave 105.1 FM. This is Mornings with Patti. This is Melissa Savares and Bryce together on this beautiful Friday morning. Absolutely. I look forward to the weekends. I hope they're longer than the other weekends, right?
We need that extra day.
I think I'll have an extra day on Monday. But Patti should be back, right?
Yes, indeed.
You know, and we're talking, they're talking about National Flower Day, National all kinds of day, right?
Our moonshine.
Moonshine Day. So, you know, when I heard the moonshine, I'm thinking, Tuba, is it too early to drink Tuba this morning?
No. We're adults now.
Yes,
Adults can do many
we
things.
have no limit, right?
We can have ice cream for breakfast.
No restrictions, man. And because it's Friday, everything goes, right?
Everything goes on a Friday.
If it's bad, we can recover from the weekend, right? Well, so, you know, guys, I don't know. You know, we talk about how the CNMI celebrates Flame Tree Festival, right? But I drove out into town yesterday, and oh my gosh, did you see just was amazed about the bright orange, you know, green tops, right? Our flame trees, not just along Marine Corps Drive. I drove coming back to home. I went through Truman. I went through the scenic route, right? Even down in Truman, in front of the hotels, in the hotel parking lots, bright orange treetops. We should celebrate Flame Tree Festival next year, right? They're just in, all our trees are in full bloom. You can even tell behind buildings where there's a flame tree. It's so bright and orange. You know, I went through Tamuning on Fahrenheit Drive yesterday afternoon, and just looking into the inner streets, and some streets go up a hill.
That's right.
You'll see the top of the hills, beautiful, bright roadways, right? And it's because of the flame trees that are in full bloom. Gardenia and along, you know, the main thoroughfares in the villages, in parks, village parks. So there are beautiful flame trees. As a matter of fact, I almost stopped by the dog park this morning because the branches are so low that you can pick some flowers. But, you know, it was kind of dewy out there. I said, no, just keep going. Keep driving. But you know, we should really look into somebody should look into celebrating the Flame Tree Festival next year, right? Work out with CNMI because I'm sure that they're going to celebrate, and like Dee said, she was in Saipan, and she said even by airport and Beach Road, right? You have all those flame trees. So it's something, you know, despite the recovery efforts in CNMI, you know, there's the beauty is still on all of our islands, right? Continues, and especially early in the mornings, you know, the ocean is calm, everything is so fresh, right? Hasn't been touched by feet walking, you know, footprints or you know, cars or bikes driving through them, and it's, you know, just very pristine, right? So especially driving along the shorelines, you could see and hear the calmness of the ocean. But it's a beautiful thing, you know. We're surrounded by natural beauty, and that's something that we give thanks to God for, right? Because you know, this is all created for all of us to enjoy, right? As we were also created by God, right? So we have a lot to be thankful for. Despite our struggles and our challenges, we look forward to a beautiful, bright day, and we're looking forward to an exciting weekend, a lot of graduation, wrap-up parties, VW you tomorrow.
UOG Fieldhouse.
Right, at 9 o'clock, right? Yeah. So it's nice that they're having these graduations.
We got a concert tonight.
Yeah, where's that concert?
David at EPAL.
Oh,
see, at EPAL.
See, and you know, a lot of the girls
strategy.
in EPAL, you have the flame trees. And there's a gazebo right behind GDV. You can sit in the gazebo. Is it going to be at that main stage?
Yes, ma'am.
And sit on the hill?
Yeah.
The
VIP tickets are sold out, but you can still get general admission.
Okay. That's great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beach Park. Beach Park.
You know, that theater, that amphitheater that they have there is something handy, you know. I know a few groups that also, you know, they download the band, right? They have, they go out there and practice. You know, the sound is beautiful. As you're walking, you can hear the music playing, even if you're just tuning up, right? And practicing their scales. It's just, eventually it gets, you know, they all play together. You can hear the beauty of the music, enjoy the wind and the nature, sit under a tree. Yeah, but you know, the concert tomorrow, beautiful area, you know. I know that the weather will hold up because it's an open air concert. So, but you know, whether it rains or shine, everybody still comes out, right? I mean, we're tough people, right? We can be there, play in the rain, right? And so, you know, but open air, the amphitheater over there is an excellent place for, you know, option for outdoor activities. You know, they've had theater singing up there, a couple of groups that practice their acting and their plays, right? But it's a wide area. You know, we have events there. I know that sometimes there's family reunions and they use the amphitheater because when you have the hill across from it, you know, facing the road, right? Patti Torres Road, and you know, people can sit there. It's like a terrace, right? You can still put canopies out there where people can still see through the canopies, so for shelter. So you know, it's a beautiful place. But Guam overall is beautiful. We can do concerts in the Gutya, where you know between Skinner Plaza, Plaza de España, over at the Paseo Stadium. You know that those areas are, you know, have good accommodations for events, outdoor events such as that. You know, but you know, despite so the concert, and then we have final graduation tomorrow in the morning at 9 o'clock for George Washington High School. You know, we want to just congratulate all of our graduates. The nice thing is that they're having these graduations in the mornings, so families can not just think about celebrating dinner events, right? They can go out for lunch after the graduation. So it's really depending on what the families have to plan, and they have the rest of the day, afternoon or evening celebrations. And, you know, we continue to just celebrate safely, but, you know, have fun while doing it, you know, and be responsible as well. But what are your plans for this weekend?
We got concerts, we got basketball this weekend, a little bit of fishing depending on the tide, how that's going to go. So, yeah. Yes. And then my laundry.
You don't have a laundry person?
Right. I need to. Like, someone to do my own laundry.
Yeah.
You know, all a part of adulting.
Oh, yes.
It's all a part of adulting.
You know, somebody was saying, well, they had to train their spouse when they got married how to do laundry. I said, one thing that we train our kids is, I mean, how to do their own laundry, starting middle school, at least having them sort with clothes, right? And so that everybody, when they become adults, they can fend for themselves, right? So like you said, part of adulting is doing our own responsibilities, our chores at home. So, you know, the nice thing about being here at the station in the mornings is that I can go home in the afternoon and maybe while I take a quick nap, throw a load in, right? And then are you a dryer person or a hanging person? Because I like to hang my clothes in the
Dryer.
your dryer.
I'm a dryer person.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's all ironed out. Then I can just hang it.
That's right. You know, I remember when my kids would say, "Oh, their t-shirts are wrinkled," and they said, "Oh, we gotta fix it." I said, "Just get the ironing board out, right?" They said, "No, it's only gonna take 15 minutes." They throw it in the dryer and it comes out fresh, right? And then they don't have to iron it. So, yeah, they don't. I'm not an ironing person. I like to just throw things. Well, from the clothesline because the wind actually straightens those things out, and then put them on hangers, right? But yeah, those are adulting chores that if we want clean clothes, we have to do things like that. And some people only do that during the weekends, right? But yeah, the weekends are good. I have several invitations to graduation parties this weekend, so that's exciting. I'm excited for the graduates, that are celebrating the next chapter in their final chapter in high school or the college, and then moving on to the next chapter of their lives. Job fairs. I'm seeing that there are announcements for job openings, and there's no shortage of employment on Guam. We just need to be able to have the skills in certain areas, and then some places are actually even willing to train for the positions that they have announced. Was it last week or the week before, where Gura actually did the program for the recovery, fix and six recruitment, and they went from entry levels all the way to professional positions that they had on their announcement. And during that job fair, they actually did interviews on the spot. So, hopefully there'll be some programs that would start, because they would have the employees in place to help with that process, right? Processing applications and doing the inspections of the areas that need to get fixed, of the homes that were damaged during the storms. I'm looking at teacher vacancies. The teachers, UOG graduated educators as well during this last 2 weeks ago. They had their graduation. And so, teacher shortages or teacher positions are actually filling up with certified teachers, which is great. And some teachers are moving from one school to another. Education, those people, the teachers, individuals who are teachers, are very instrumental in molding and mentoring the minds of our children, our future leaders. So we'd like to thank those individuals who have stepped up and chose education, or to be an educator for the island of Guam here. Because it's very important that we mold and guide the young people of our communities in the right path, the right direction, and teaching them things that they need to know, whether it be math, science, literature. Of course, reading is very important, and so educators are very, very critical. All kinds of all trades on all fields of what we need in our communities, not just our government agencies, but also our private sectors. They're also growing in most cases, especially service providers. Healthcare is also needed, public safety, and also business administration, because, all operations need somebody to manage some type of operations, whether it be doing timekeeping or managing the ledgers of the accounts, so that we know where our budget, to plan our budget and where our spending is going to be. because of the needs of our operations. And like I said, it's not just government, it's also private sector. We have several public safety graduates from the University of Guam as well, and the Guam Community College. So, hopefully those positions, those individuals who graduated with those degrees and certificates fill in the vacancies that we have throughout our island so that our island can be safe as well, especially under the public safety trades, right? Enforcement, law enforcement. So it's about everybody working together, our healthcare workers, our educators, our public safety, our business people, our retail, individuals who are in finance. That's important to know that to have somebody in there that can manage our finances for our organizations, whether it be nonprofit or government, right? So we are at the bottom of the hour, and we'll take a quick break for a little bit of traffic and news, right? Thank you.
Why be at the forefront to try to
because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer. Help save you to children with cancer. More moments that can last. Learn more at Patti.org.
Your favorite Pokemon, now matching the Tender Reaper Team, perfect for any flavor craving. So introducing the Rock Boys, Please Jones, Subway Wrapping, and the Nugget, easier than ever, just over Canadian teams. Sink your teeth into the juicy garlic-based wrap, turkey steak, cheddar cheese sauce, crispy veggies, and roasted garlic flowers, all wrapped up. Subway Wrap, any food and satisfying without waiting to get. Subway, equal, feel good.
Alrighty, guys. Good morning, Guam. Happening, everyone. 6:32 in the morning here on the Wave 105 FM. It's Morning Kid Patti with our guest host this morning. Coming out in the beautiful village of Bendigo, it's Melissa Savares. Coming around on the northern end of the island, it looks like traffic is light this morning. That's going to be along Route 1. A little delay at the entrance of Anderson Air Force Base. After that, Guam, it's going to be smooth sailing. No delays getting around McDonald's or Famous this morning in Vigo. East Edison Road, Route 28 is looking just as nice this morning. Up and around Santa Bernadita or getting around Camp Blas will be done with ease. A Steamboat is looking just as great, as well as our friends getting around the Guam Regional Medical Center. That's going to be GRMC. Hitting Route 16 this morning, we got no delays coming in and out of Army. Traffic is light around the Bendigo Sports Complex, as well as our friends getting around State Falls this morning. Further down for our friends getting around the Guam Department of Revenue and Taxation, or the Bay got a post office. No delays on that side. Minimum 219 looks just as great, as well as our friends 8 to moving. That's going to be along the Route 1 this morning. So if there's anywhere on Guam that you need to be, that would probably be your best bet. As traffic is still light this morning, I just want to remind everyone, it is a Friday. I know it's going to be a very busy weekend. Let's continue to watch our speed limit. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. This is your traffic report. It's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO or check out our inventory on our website at GuamAutospot.com.
Why be at the forefront of causing conservation? At St. Jude, we do because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer to zero. Help St. Jude to children with cancer, more moments that can last forever. Learn more at StJude.org.
Hezbollah saying news to the latest ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. They're demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon. Also, we're fighting their hampered efforts to end the Iran war. AP's John Gambrell in Dubai reports on the Iran connection.
We've seen the Iranians come out and suggest that they would only negotiate a permanent ceasefire deal with the Americans if the situation in Lebanon was stabilized. In the last day, we've seen Lebanese officials and Israeli officials go to Washington, D.C., where they met at the State Department and held a meeting to discuss the future of those two countries. This meeting ended with a statement that suggested that the Israelis would be willing to move out of some territory and allow the Lebanese military to go into them to govern.
The number of people filing for unemployment benefits hit the highest level in 4 months, up 13,000 to 225,000. Layoffs, however, remain historically low, even with economic uncertainty brought on by the war in Iran. Despite historically low layoffs, the labor market seems to be mired in what economists call a low-hire, low-fire state, keeping the unemployment rate low at 4.3%, with many of those out of work still struggling to find new employment. I'm Mr. Dwyer.
The Arizona Supreme Court is denying a prosecutor's appeal of an order the state's fake elector case against President Trump's former Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, and others over the 2020 presidential election and sent back to a grand jury. The House is on course to pass a bill to aid Ukraine and sanction part of the Russian economy. New York Democrat Gregory Meeks says it's a no-brainer.
The invasion of a smaller democratic nation by a large authoritarian state is as black and white and pure and simple as it gets.
President Vladimir Putin says Russia will strengthen its air defenses to counter Ukraine's attacks. This is AP News. Barack Obama's Presidential Center in Chicago will open on Juneteenth.
Exhibits explore the fullness of the American story. In a video played at a media preview, Obama highlighted the center's location, Chicago's South Side. This is a place Michelle was born and raised. Before I got my start as a community organizer. It's a roughly $850 million project spread over some 20 acres. You'll be able to walk through a full-scale replica of the Oval Office. But it's not just about recreations or artifacts.
He wanted it to be a living, breathing, engaging location.
Obama Foundation CEO Valerie Jarrett says it includes things important to the ex-president, like a library, a basketball court, a picnic area with grills.
For people from across the street or around the world, we feel welcome, we feel safe.
I'm Sagar Manhattan.
I'm Ed Donahue. AP News. The road to Allen is set.
This time, we sit down with Democrat candidate Senator Bill Montana. That's the full conversation took place at the on the way home from a great back. They informed them here their busy future. Wave 105 is a glimpses of one of the station.
Your favorite swimmer, one last on your resort team with a perfect for any favorite reason. So no problem. What's your passing goal? Simply wrestling. You will love it easier than ever with both owners of J.A. Reeves. See this week into the feast of Jonathan Brown, Lucy Faith, Tennessee Star, Ricky Hayes, and roasted game food. All wrapped up. Simply wrestling. Great, delicious, and satisfying. Now waiting you down. Ever, deep life, full good.
My name is Emma, and I'm 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a class and that left me paralyzed in the waist. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a time to training service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog Garcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we went to horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swimming, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Karen Katrinians has played together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit Karen.org to see the many ways you can come to us.
Welcome back to the Wave 105.1 FM. This is Melissa Savares with Dice this morning on a Friday morning, and we are both looking forward to celebrating the weekend. And so, I was just browsing through the PDN, and they're opening up the registration for float participants, or entries for the 82nd Liberation Parade is now open. And there'll be a website that they can go to register. And this year's theme, as you mentioned earlier in the week, para y honra, para y gloria, right? For your honor and for your glory. And so, fireworks.
Maybe they'll have fireworks
the night before. And
no, the one for sale. Maybe they'll have
the one for sale. Only in cinema.
We're working on that. We're working on it.
But the liberation, and the last day to turn in their registration is July 7th. And I said, why? The parade is not till the 21st. It's 2 weeks later. But it takes time to do a lineup. And you've got to organize a lineup. Of course, you have to have a write-up on a description of what you have on your float. So just to try to depict the theme, right? And then make it relate to your organization or your community. Because a lot of nonprofit organizations also enter the parade, and they enter to win too, right? Businesses enter to promote their business. The categories that are there, you have the government entries, then they have nonprofit organizations that enter, and then also the village entries, right? So that's a big competition, right? Especially for to decorate, one following the theme, the kinetics of it. Are there moving parts of it, not just the wheels of the trailer pulling the truck pulling the trailer, but also what do they have a globe, or do they have somebody cooking on the float, right? I remember a lot of floats, especially the 40-footers. They even have roasting the pig, they're turning the pig. And so, of course, that's for the celebration after the parade, right? With the members that are on the float. But, it's difficult. It costs a lot of money. Even if you use the natural resources that we have throughout the island, people pick bamboo, the small, different sizes of bamboo, leaves, leaves and flowers. You have to do that days before, or else it'll wilt by parade morning, right? Lumut, this is the moss, that we usually use during Christmas, right? When we set up our belens. We pick lumut to dust it up. A lot of natural resources which cannot be put on the floats until days before, maybe even the day before the parade, because of they'll start to brown, right? And even the flowers, locally grown flowers. Too bad that Liberation is not during the time that the flame trees are blooming, right? Because those are really, really bright orange floats. But it takes imagination on how to actually build a float, and creativity. I know Santa Rita, the Santa Rita Sumo, their residents all come out and they're very creative. So they work on kinetics, and that's always something that they need to make sure something on the float is turning, 360 during the entire parade, right? And then the music, right? You have live music, or you just have a speaker with, CDs playing, right? So those are Bluetooth. So those are things that the judges actually look at. Creativity, yeah, it's a tough job to, and you can't just skim through the thing. You have to make sure everybody's in place. If they're supposed to be dancing, be dancing. If they're supposed to be singing, cooking, right, turning the pig, or barbecuing.
I always get excited for the port.
Oh, yeah,
The port. I think Port Authority, I mean, they
the Port Authority,
really do a fantastic job. I love their clothes when they come out.
So, competitive, these are the agencies that are very competitive. Department of Public Works and the Port Authority. And then the utilities. GPA and GWA get together and put a float together. And, they're having water running. They have their solar panels, right? And, And a lot of times it's their, of course, you don't use government funds to do this, right? But they use their employees association to, they have the fundraisers for the association, so their employees association funds the thing, and then if they win, the winning money goes back into their organization.
Some of them are really original with
right?
Really nice details. The motors are glowing.
Right.
It's glowing, or like the villages, when the villages begin to compete. That's always a lot of fun. So I'm always excited for that.
Yeah, so that, then they,
you guys got third place last year.
I believe so, yeah. So we Santa Rita gets very competitive too, yeah. So, others are saying, we're here to participate, right? And that's just to make sure that we have our name in there in the lineup, right? And, it's really hard because it's tough. Because aside from building the float, you're also competing, performing your duties on the regular day-to-day basis, right? So, we really need to get the volunteers who are mostly, families and just friends. And it helps, that if you have a candidate, like for Liberation candidate, and they're going to be on the float, it helps that the families also come out and assist, right? I remember we had several Liberation candidates over the years, and the families come out as a whole because, they know that their young lady is going to be on the float, so they wanted to help dress it up, right? And make it look beautiful for their family member that's going to be sitting on the princess chair, right? The competitions are a little different with the Queen's candidate because I know that they've opened up to also these women who are married, and then women who also have children. So the age has increased, I believe, and then also they've opened it up to a wider range of individuals who can participate. So anybody interested in running for Miss Liberation, it's a little more competition, not just ticket, not necessarily ticket sales, and they can call the mayor's office and or the mayor's council of Guam to inquire how they can be a candidate to either represent their nonprofit organization, their village, or their government agency. And it's usually, when it's a government agency, it's usually the Employees Association for that agency or organization that actually sponsors the candidates. So it'll be nice to see more participation with the young ladies throughout our community. So again, if you're interested to run for Miss Liberation, you can give the Mayor's Council or the Mayor's Office a call. But when I saw that they're already open up for the registration for the parade entries, that's always exciting. I used to assist with planning the parade lineup, and that's very challenging, especially when you want to put all your marching units in the front, you put your choir clubs together, and then have the village competitions, and then the government agencies and nonprofit organizations. The great thing is that the businesses come out also and also decorate, build a float or enter their their trucks. Coca-Cola, foremost, comes out and they give out ice cream at the beginning of the parade. So it doesn't matter what time on parade day, And I'm curious, we can eat ice cream before 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
And tomorrow's the deadline. Tomorrow's the deadline for the candidates on their first submission for the fundraiser.
So they need
Round one.
That's the first, yeah.
Yes, the first one will be tomorrow, no later than 5 o'clock.
Yeah, and so they can give the mayor's councilor, Mayor DJ Terlahi,
That's right.
a call to secure your spot, right? Yeah. And it is, when they do have a coronation, beautiful. The last several years is really, really beautiful with the setup of the coronation. It's a whole pageant and entertainment, just depicting the beauty of of the candidates as well as, the intelligence. I mean, they have question and answer. They have native gowns. They have, different competitions among themselves. And so it's really a great way for a beautiful camaraderie because they also depict, they enhance the celebrations of liberation. They participate also in all of the memorials and the ceremonies that go on during the liberation month, right? All the way till August, where they celebrate the memorial at Sibuyan. And Sibuyan is celebrated in August because what happened, it was after the invasion in July, where they located where the individuals were forced marched up to a site in Jigo and Batagua, Jigo, and were actually beheaded. So that happened in August. They have several names of individuals who were actually there. So there's a lot of research that was done by the University of Guam and compared with records from the armed forces, naval records, right? So U.S. Navy records that were recorded in Guam during World War II period. So actually with post-war. So that's why they celebrate Chugui in August, right after all of the liberation celebrations have been done. But, we're excited. That's part of our summer celebrations is our liberation festivities. It's difficult. Times have been tough financially, where we used to have month-long of carnivals, right? But even that gets costly. I don't know if they still do carnivals in Saipan for liberation. They still do. Is it the one in Garapan?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I know that during the parades, all of the islands participate, right? But the carnival, I remember being at one of the carnivals, and it was the evening of the parade. And Saipan celebrates their liberation on July 4th. That's correct, right? And so it's still within the same period. And it's celebrated because that's when they were liberated, right? On that particular day. And then, of course, Guam was on July 21st. So within the same time period, we all were occupied by Japanese forces for the 2.5 years. And then we were all liberated in July of 1944. So, it's in northern Marianas, though, it was very evident with the Japanese occupation because the families were also integrated, right? They were married into Japanese married into the culture, into the families, right? Is that right, guys?
That's right.
Yeah, so you still have a lot, they have a lot more of the prison, the Japanese prisons, the sugarcane plantations were started, right, by the Japanese when they were occupying Saipan. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why in part of their tours is you have the sugarcane, the train, right, the facility across, and then you have the jail across the street. And then when you go up to the sites like the cliff, it's all evident with the Japanese forces who occupied Saipan at the time, right? And as well as Tinian. Tinian, they have the cliffs and the caves that are part of their tour in for the occupation and liberation of the Northern Mariana Islands. In Rwanda, what's really more preserved, right, is with the culture and not so much with the occupation, right? I don't see, you do have a command post in Rhoda, in Luca, but with as far as the occupation, it's more evident in Tinian and Saipan. But in Guam, of course, we have our concentration camps, we have sites, the caves, and as a matter of fact, even after the war, we had some Japanese soldiers that were living in our jungles of Guam, of southern Guam, who didn't realize that the war had ended. And it was several years, maybe even 30 years later, I remember it was in the 1970s, when a Yokoi was found in the cave, actually in the jungle in Talfufu. So, he survived out there for 30 years. Because that was 1944 when we had our liberation. He was not located until the 70s, the early 70s, 1970s. So, can you imagine him living underground? He even built a tunnel and in the ranches. And so, those happened. Those individuals, several of them actually lived. But Yokoi was the latest that was located, and he survived that long. He was, living off the land, really, from getting crops and growing, the root crops and just crops from the different plantations and different farms. And that's how he survived out there. Also there was pigs, wild pigs out there, and also deer, chicken, the nodder, yes. So we had Joe from the south, who probably knew the story. Who probably knew the story.
The story was captured by my two uncles. The one growing up, and she made disaster. The bull,
yeah,
the area.
That's
I was ordered by Lieutenant Jonah. We used to have a police station.
Right.
I was ordered by Lieutenant Cruz to proceed down to take Japanese to use the famous Japanese, well, Japanese straggler. So I went down to California Mayor's office, Commissioner's office. He's actually my brother-in-law, Ramon Sinatra. Yeah, he's my commissioner, so very over. I just had a look inside the window, and the guy had a long hair, long beard. Then I had to ask my cousin to invite me to a vacation. And he was found right by the window, in the window. So he escorted me to the location, and he drank the Luna. And we crossed the river in California, and we went over to the campsite. And the reason why I was saying, because military background, and he might have a booby shop. So I went into the hole. I take the guy, when he burned, fire, he make a hole on the bamboo trees. showers at night and harvest
the crops, right?
the crops and the eggs of the chicken. And he also barbecue the pork. And also out of the nasta. That time, you know, when they like to play nasta.
Yeah.
The swing shop. So he's harvesting that. And there was some investigation going on because my uncle's brother was a federal man was trapped up and killed around that river. And they were suspected of the cold. But then what happened is first Eastern Front and Minagawa was found at Ipanema.
Yeah.
Harvesting breadfruit.
Yeah.
Then the two was never published. But when you call the last one, 28 years, after the war, he was been hiding.
Yeah.
And he becomes an international news.
Yes.
So what happened was the king of the two was traveling over the Philippines. So the Philippine government made a switch, right? Inside the Philippine entire jungles in the Philippines, the campaign is traveling, Japanese traveling. But he ended up, Brown became the international leader. All over the world came over to Brown, made an interview. So when Nicole went back to Japan, he received compensation. That compensation and became a millionaire.
Wow.
The government, the Japanese government, compensated for all the years that he spent in the jungle for 28 years. So they paid back pay. So a year later he came back with his wife. He didn't go over to his original case. He went over to South Social Code.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's where you see me, go around and swim, catch Wuhan.
Yeah.
And I was good.
Great. You know, I remember that very, clearly because my uncle was the crime lab photographer at the time. And so he was the one taking pictures when Yokoi was captured and brought back into for processing, right? To return to
and right after that, we were the two of us, please also, we were assigned to watching at the old Guantanamo Hospital.
Right.
Actually, Shintaku was a calculator.
Yeah.
So Shintaku decided to have television inside his room. And we were watching television, and we were talking Japanese to him.
Oh, great. So, Dr. Joe, we're at the top of the hour. We have to take a break for news, but I really appreciate your insights because you were there when your koi was discovered, right? And you went into his cave. So I hope that we can talk to you later about what you found in his cave after our news.
After the break?
Yes. Okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Joe's not. So we're at the top of the hour. We'll go ahead and take a break for news. Thank you.
KGUMFM, This is 105.9, a Princeton Media Radio Station. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Republicans in the Senate are investing in Democratic effort to permanently block President Trump from creating a $1.7 billion settlement fund for allies who claim government persecution. It's the first hurdle as Republicans try to pass legislation to fund the president's immigration enforcement agencies. Majority Leader John Thune says the Democrats' political games will not matter in the end.
When all the political statements are made, we will pass the underlying bill and be one step closer to funding border security and immigration law enforcement for the next 3 years.
Minority Leader Chuck Schumer's message is, wake up.
Republican senators need to stop playing dumb. They need to listen to the truth and stop trusting these fools like Todd Blanche who lies to the American people repeatedly.
More votes on the settlement fund are expected. The bill would provide roughly $70 billion to fund immigration and customs enforcement and the Border Patrol. President Trump is again trying to boost the struggling coal industry. An announcement is expected to spend nearly $700 million to support coal-fired power plants and coal exports. There is a smell emanating in the streets of Havana. People in the Cuban capital are dealing with a growing garbage crisis. The AP's Christina Mosquito reports the U.S. imposed an oil blockade that has impacted trash.
Without fuel, trucks cannot make collections regularly. And people and vehicles have to maneuver around mountains of garbage.
A new study finds smoke from larger wildfires is reversing more than a decade of improvements in smog. A source tells the AP former Trump administration National Security Advisor John Bolton has agreed to plead guilty to a single count of retaining classified information under a deal with the Justice Department that could allow him to avoid prison time. This is AP News. A Sherpa guide who went missing on Mount Everest is still alive.
A helicopter lands on the roof of a hospital in Kathmandu, Nepal, carrying a Sherpa guide who was found crawling to base camp on Mount Everest Thursday, a week after he went missing. 52-year-old Dawa Sherpa and his client were among the last climbers on the mountain as the climbing season came to an end and the route was dismantled. The client had made it back to base camp. Dawa's wife and daughter, who had already begun several days of funeral rituals, rushed to the hospital. The daughter says, when we first heard about it, we could not be sure about it, if that person was indeed our father. So to be certain, we asked for photos to be sent, and only then we were sure and were very happy. I'm Donald Woodard.
Lufthansa says several employees were injured when the nose gear of a Boeing plane unexpectedly fell off. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News. AP News. I'm Ed Donahue.
Well, good day, Mom. This is Paul Franco from your National Weather Service. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers, east winds around 10 miles per hour, and combined seas of 3 to 4 feet will continue through the middle of next week. A low risk of rip currents today is expected to become moderate along north and east facing reefs tonight. The fire danger should remain low for at least 4 more days. And the latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. It's about 9 minutes after 7 o'clock this morning. Our studio lines can be reached at 922-1051 or 1052. Where the show this morning is being brought to you by friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good To Go. We deliver at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group right now at Triple J Ford. Get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit TripleJGuam.com and get pre-approved instantly. Stop by and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Pat's Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 671-483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor Plus Steel Toe Footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More live, great food and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. You are tuned in to Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM with our guest host this morning coming out of the village of Godo. It's Melissa Savares.
When a warrior faces that hurricane, he fights through it and finds a solution. Brings him invincible warriors. Only strong. Believe it. Believe he can. You will. Wheelchair for Warriors provides mobility solutions for veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairforwarriors.org.
All right, Guam, happening, everyone. Good morning, welcome back. Hitting the streets right now for another emergency traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Start, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478 Auto or check out our inventory, which is available on our website at guamautostart.com. And just a friendly reminder, in case of an accident, stop and properly identify yourself to the other party. Leaving the scene of an accident where property damage has occurred is a misdemeanor. If personal injury was resulted, it is a felony to leave the scene. Now, if the property damage exceeds $100 or an injury has resulted, you should contact the police immediately. The law gives you a 24-hour period in which you should report the accident. Motorists, please be advised that construction activities will continue along Route 10 this morning. Contractor crews will be working at various locations along Route 10. Pavement marking and striping projects at the Route 10, Route 15 intersection this weekend. Pavement repair, milling, and paving at both Route 10 and Route 4 intersections. Additional delays in traffic will be between Route 27 and Route Central Road. That's going to be around half a day marking. They will be installing pavement markings as well as the markers. Again, Guam, that all kicks off at 9 a.m., possibly until 4 o'clock. So motorists, please be advised to expect traffic delays. Plan your travel time accordingly. Use alternate routes and follow the posted detour signs. Reduce your speed and comply with the posted speed limits when passing through the work zones. Do remain alert for uneven paving surfaces and temporary steel plates. Make sure that you do proceed with caution at all times. So our friends, into morning right now, it looks like traffic is beginning to build up outside of the ITC intersection coming around
Bank of Hawaii, working your way around Grand Premier outlets. A little delay there, as well as the friends around the new Jack in the Box. Jack's going to be in Simone around Bank Pacific, heading up and around the Guam Memorial Hospital. We do have a little delay on that one. So again, Guam, eyes on the roads, no texting and driving. Ensure that the seatbelts are fastened and that our kids will stop safely in a proper booster and car seats. Moving forward with your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM.
For a day, this is Luella Lucino, host of Pinista Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kayaan Kinabukasan Kasaysayan, Freedom through Shared History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Rhode Island. This time we spoke with Democrat Senator Clarice Palacio, Senate State of Utah. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern. Watch the conversation on Wave's 105 news station. Relay 20. This is a Clinton Forum radio station.
Looking for the SUV everyone's talking about? Drive home the Honda CRV, named one of prime drivers' Sunday's top 10 SUVs in 1 year in a row. Choose from the CRV LS, ES, Sport Hybrid, or the old Sport Hybrid. All designed for comfort, confidence, and fuel efficiency performance. Starting at just $35,995 or only $237 per paycheck. Visit Publicly Honda today and experience why the CRV continues to lead the way. With pre-approved instantly at TripleJHonda.com. Honda CRV, ready for every road. Only at Triple J. Customers first.
Stay connected. Wave 105. The top of Guam.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Everybody to go down for
And you've got to tune in to Learning with Patti.
Welcome back to the Wave 105.1 FM. This is Melissa Savares filling in for Patti. Today's my last day here.
Great week!
Yeah, it was a great week. Thanks for making it easy, guys. You know, sometimes some days we were sluggish, but I was sluggish.
That's okay, no worries.
But you know, we kept the music going, so we can get back into place, right? But yeah, you know. This is not easy, coming in bright and early before the traffic starts. But you know, it was a good feeling, you know. The beauty about it is that I didn't realize that the sun came up before we started, you know. I guess it's the summer months, right? Because I know that when I was coming in back in December, it was dark. It was dark until at least 6:30 in the morning, right? But, you know, leaving the house at 5:30 in the morning and to get to the studio, I said, wow, it was nice because I was able to turn my outside lights off, you know, and watch my dogs chase me out the gate, you know, kind of thing. But, you know, it's nice. And it's summertime, so there's you won't see the buses in the morning.
Yes,
the traffic is very light. But, you know, what I did see a lot of is, you know, coming in, the electric bicycle. Well, not a lot of runners, though. A lot of runners and walkers, people exercising out there early in the morning, you know, because the sun is out, right? So they're able to get out there earlier than usual and taking their time. You know, they're not roughing it. They're not fighting traffic to get through and to get to the intersections. And, you know, we've had a couple of power glitches and lights are blinking in the morning, but by the time I get out of here at 10, DPW is really quick on getting things repaired at the different intersections. And sometimes those can be a challenge for them if, you know, if they don't get called right away. And they know that they have a system at the DPW, a traffic control center, that, you know, it kind of gives them a monitors for all the traffic signals throughout the island. And it, you know, it'll blink and you know alert them that a signal is not working the right way, right? Or out. And what happens is, sometimes they can make the correction over at their main facility, but other times they would need to come out to the site, to the intersections, and check the boxes and make sure that if they need to change a motherboard or something, or just put a new fuse in, those are things that they need to do on site. But, we just want to thank the Department of Public Works, traffic signal people, for coming out and responding, especially after power glitches, right? And, we always have to be mindful that, when we have a power glitch, it's only for a few seconds, because GPA, too, they have a panel that alerts them whenever there is a power outage. And within minutes, they can get these things back up. But, GPA has emergency crews that are stationed throughout the island and not just in regions. So, like, if they have a crew in the south and there's a power glitch, they respond right away within minutes. And the same thing with crews in the north. So, north and central and south, there's always coverage. But, our agencies continue to do what they can. And some of them are over in Saipan, as we know, the Guam Power Authority's line crew are helping restore some power in Saipan. And, if they're given the right equipment and tools and supplies that they need, those are, they'll get those services back up to the community. But, of course, there's going to be challenges, right? Similar to what we've experienced in the past with super typhoons here. If poles have snapped, you need to replace those poles, right? If transformers have blown up or been damaged, those transformers also have to be replaced. And, all of our agencies, our power facilities, whether it be the PUC in CNMI or our power authority here, we have a good inventory for repairs, right, of equipment, generators, transformers, and lines. We have plenty of lines, right, spools of lines, and then also their contacts, right, for power. But, of course, challenges may be that we depleted all of our inventory because of the disaster, because of the super typhoon. And with that, they need to bring in more to replenish the inventory. But, sharing is caring. We share with our resources between our islands, and that's why we're really resilient as one Marianas. Our Guam guys go over there, whether it be National Guard or Power Authority, to help generate power back into the system. But then also when we had our super typhoon, we had our brothers and sisters from the power facilities, public utilities in Saipan. CNMI come over as well to assist us. So it's we share our resources, right, between governments. I know that Governor Lilian Guerrero actually went up with the Admiral to Saipan in a helicopter right after the storm to do an assessment and see how Guam can help, how she can activate Guam resources to help our brothers and sisters in the northern Marianas. Those are great relationships that we have with each other. So, we were talking about the concert, and it's the part 5 of the Hafaloa concert series, and J Bog, is that J Bog?
Man. J Boog. Boog on the J Bog. J Boog and Sammy J. J Boog and Sammy J.
J Boog and Sammy.
There we go. You gotta come to the concert.
I have to come to the concert tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Doors open. Doors open at 5 o'clock.
I will go to a ticket.
No. I'm gonna sit in the GVB parking.
We're gonna listen to music. We have tuba.
Yeah, Yeah, Moonshine, National Moonshine Day, right? Yeah.
Yes, the concert agency,
ESOL, and I was just reading on them, and they said, they like to do outdoor concerts because their throats don't get dry, and they love the humidity, right? The humidity really gets them into that mood. So hot spaces are good. Not really fond of indoor concerts because, it's all confined and stuff, but the outdoor stuff they love to do, right? And songs are backyard boogie.
Yes.
So it's a lot of dancing music. So people don't just sit and listen to the concert up and around and moving. So it's like going to Zumba, right? And you're exercising and sweating because the humidity is high. So, that sounds like fun.
It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, and because it's open air. You'll have different, I saw the vendors there.
Yes.
Madame Patti is going to be there. And you have a couple of Hawaiian-style barbecue vendors, right? You even have, I saw that there's also the kettle corn, right? Mm-hmm. So you have sweet, savory, and barbecue food. Yeah. So, pizza, because they have Pika has these spicy dishes, right? So I'm wondering what they would bring out for their different for their food truck. But I love food trucks because they're a variety of you have a whole selection of different things, right? So that's a great thing. Outdoor concerts are fun, because people can be themselves, right? You just can't bring your own cooler, right? No, none of that. You have to come in and purchase from our vendors, and that's why the vendors come out, so that they can provide you with your favorite beverage, right? Whether it be an adult beverage or a family-oriented beverage, right? And then your snacks, kettle corn is out there with other
4 o'clock tonight.
Right.
4 o'clock this afternoon till 11 p.m.
Yeah,
get a good parking.
As long as it's heat in the yard, right? I mean, but I'm sure they're going to have
We bring our own beach chairs.
Right, yeah. Yeah. So that's allowed, but not the coolers.
Yeah. Too much. But there's also happening later on today is the cancer survivors. They have the proclamation signing.
Yeah. Is that at 1:30?
That's also happening. So if you guys have
and part of that is the cancer survivors proclamation is this afternoon.
Yes.
But next week, Friday, from 8 to, I believe, 3 o'clock, is the it's a conference.
A cancer conference.
Guam Cancer Survivors Conference.
A survivors conference.
And that will be from 8 to 3 next week at the Hilton. Last week, Angie Mummert and Louis Borja were here talking about that. So that is their event.
Next week
Friday. Yes. So today is the proclamation signing, and then next week Friday is the actual conference for cancer survivors. One of the things is that I was looking at a message that Andrew Mummert had sent out, and she said they have seats for 100 people to register, because you do need to register for that. And as a matter of fact, I registered as I was sitting here talking about it last week. And so far they have 96 people. So there's, 94 people registered. And so there's still 6 more seats. So if you are interested, you could go to the Cancer Survivors, Guam Cancer Coalition Consortium to actually register to vote, to attend this conference for survivors. And it's a mix of survivors, caregivers, commission members, that can attend this conference. And anybody that's even interested in it's the Guam Comprehensive Cancer Control Coalition that is hosting this conference next week. So, of course, today is the proclamation signing, but next week is the actual conference. So they have a lot of caregivers, cancer caregivers. Because, caregivers are a big part of the cancer. They take care of the patients, but they also communicate with the doctors and the medical providers, right? And have to learn medication therapy, right? And so caregivers are critical in these in their role as a provider for the patient. I was a caregiver for my son 30 plus years ago, so he's a cancer survivor, and it's not easy because sometimes the patients get very irritated, especially after, and so knowing how, sometimes emotions, right, get in between, trying to give and give care to the patient as well as the patient getting irritated because of what they're going through. And when they're going through a lot of pain and anxiety, sometimes the emotions are mixed, right? But caregivers need a respite, and I know that the coalition finds ways to provide that for the caregivers as well. So they just provide resources. So it's a group of resourceful organizations that come together to provide support, not just for the patient, but also for the providers and caregiving units. So this is important for our community because there are many households that are faced with dealing with cancer diagnoses in our communities. So, and there's very few providers, but we have physicians and medical providers that provide support for these patients and their families. So, yeah, that's happening this afternoon at 1:30 at Adelup at the large conference room. So I do want to recognize that the Department of Public Health and Social Services actually plays a big part in this Guam Cancer Control Consortium, with bringing all the partners together, even with organizations, and right now they're focusing on women's health as well. So, the women's health care, cervical cancer, the prevention. We have, breast and cervical prevention programs where individuals without insurance or those that need to get breast, like their mammograms annually, it used to be 60 and up, but now it's like 40 years and up. Once you turn 40, you should get a mammogram. And then cervical cancer is another cancer that women get, and there's programs for prevention of cervical cancer. There's studies that have been identified that if they get these vaccines, the HPV vaccine, then it could reduce your chances on getting cervical cancer. So those are studies that are brought to the table and data that's been collected. And I just want to also recognize the Department of Public Health and Social Services, the Guam Cancer on the setting up of the Guam Cancer Survivors Conference, but also the University of Guam, who plays a key role in collecting the data, and they work closely with the American Cancer Society and Marissa Artero Perez as well. So it's a collaborative effort between different organizations and agencies to make sure that the Guam Cancer Control Consortium is the Guam Comprehensive Cancer Control Coalition is a group of people, and they have regular meetings. And with information, there's several clinics, private clinics that also are part of the coalition, as well as the Guam Memorial Hospital and GRMC. So it's where we have oncologists on site to treat patients. So it's all the efforts of these different organizations that come together. But that's what Guam is wonderful, is really known for, is the resources that we all share. We can never do it by ourselves, right? Yesterday we had the Department of Public Health Division and Senior Citizens here with us, but they also bring, when they come to talk to us about their different programs, they bring their partners, right? They had partners last week from HSP, which is Health Services of the Pacific, which is one of their contractors to help take care of their senior citizens and Manamcos, as well as yesterday they came in with the Elderly Justice Corps from the civil. They actually come from the Civil Law Center for the Elderly Justice Court, which is part of the Public Defender's Office. And so they provide services to senior citizens who need legal advice, right? Whether it be the deeds of gift or, advanced protective orders, right? Or even just land. We talked about how they set up some programs or prepare wills, right? And deeds, and advance orders, right? So around advance directives. So how they can do these types of services for Manamcos, to senior citizens 60 and above or 55 and above, or also for those that are adults that are 18 to 59 who are disabled and have special needs. They also provide services for. So it's a group of organizations throughout our island who provide service, who are service providers collectively with partners in the nonprofit organization as well as in the private sector. And so that's what is great about Guam. We are at the bottom of the hour. Do we want to take a quick break? Okay. Thank you so much. We'll be back.
The way to Avenue we recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Maria Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Way Down High presentation. This is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
I'm Adonai. Republicans rejecting the Democratic effort to permanently block President Trump from creating a $1.7 billion settlement fund for allies who claim government persecution. It's the first hurdle as Republicans try to pass legislation to fund the president's immigration enforcement agencies. Majority Leader John Thune says the Democrats' political games will not matter in the end.
When all the political statements have been made, we will pass the underlying bill and be one step closer to funding border security and immigration law enforcement for the next 3 years.
Minority Leader Chuck Schumer's message is, wake up.
Republican senators need to stop playing dumb. They need to listen to the truth and stop trusting these fools like Todd Blanche who lies to the American people repeatedly.
More votes on the settlement fund are expected. The bill would provide roughly $70 billion to fund immigration and customs enforcement and the Border Patrol. President Trump is again trying to boost the struggling coal industry. An announcement is expected to spend nearly $700 million to support coal-fired power plants and coal exports. There is a smell emanating in the streets of Havana. People in the Cuban capital are dealing with a growing garbage crisis. The AP's Christina Mosquito reports the U.S. imposed an oil blockade that has impacted trash.
Without fuel, trucks cannot make collections regularly, and people and vehicles have to maneuver around mountains of garbage.
A new study finds smoke from larger wildfires is reversing more than a decade of improvements in smog. The source tells the AP former Trump administration National Security Advisor John Bolton has agreed to plead guilty to a single count of retaining classified information under a deal with the Justice Department that could allow him to avoid prison time. This is AP News. A Sherpa guide who went missing on Mount Everest is still alive.
A helicopter lands on the roof of a hospital in Kathmandu, Nepal. It's carrying a Sherpa guide who was found crawling to base camp on Mount Everest Thursday, a week after he went missing. 52-year-old Dawa Sherpa and his client were among the last climbers on the mountain as the climbing season came to an end and the route was dismantled. The client had made it back to base camp. Dawa's wife and daughter, who had already begun several days of funeral rituals, rushed to the hospital. The daughter says, "When we first heard about it, we could not be sure about it. That person was indeed our father. So to be certain, we asked for photos to be sent, and only then we were sure and were very happy." I'm Donna Water.
Lufthansa says several employees were injured when the nose gear of a Boeing plane unexpectedly fell off. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Good night, Ron. This is Paul Stinko from your National Weather Service. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers, east winds around 10 miles per hour, and combined sinks of 3 to 4 feet will continue through the middle of next week. A low risk of rip currents today is expected to become moderate along north and east facing reefs tonight. The fire danger should remain low for at least 4 more days, and the latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Want to check out Gallery Pages so that if you just graduated and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account. What about a Visa debit card? Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, your deposit capture, works. What about for existing customers who just graduated? They get $100 too. Great, help me in. Keep your pick up. What is the branches? Replace route.
Good morning, everyone. It's 7:41 on a Friday morning. Be the Fitness. Good morning, Guam. You are tuned in to Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. Our guest host this morning, we have Melissa Savares coming out of the beautiful village of Glendale. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now. Here is another look at your traffic report, which is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you can schedule a test drive. All you got to do is give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website at guamautospa.com. All right, friends, coming along Route 4 this morning, around in Alon, getting around the local this morning. Sound a full pool for our friends around Windward as well as Georgia. Traffic is light this morning along Route 4. It is beginning to pick up for our friends along Route 10 in Malumau, most especially outside of Mobil gas station in Malumau. We've got stronger northbound traffic on Route 16. That's going to be in Barragata. It looks like Tuesday traffic is light. Getting around the airport will be done with ease this morning. The Kmart intersection is beginning to pick up, as well as a French in Lower Tumon this morning. Up and around PIC. It looks like we got north and southbound traffic on that end. Coming around the Guam Memorial Hospital as well as Okapulas into Mooney, you will find some north and southbound delays on that side. ITC intersection as well as the Jack in the Box intersection. That's going to be coming around to Mooney this morning. You will find some north as well as southbound traffic outside of Bank Pacific this morning as well. 43 minutes after 7 o'clock in the morning, this is the traffic report. We are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot. Again, Guam, just schedule a test drive at 478 Auto. Check out our inventory. It's on our website at guamautospa.com. Open around Corey's Party College will celebrate easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're food in your craft. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Tuesday, down your memories happen here.
With decades experience in growing in the region, team members have access to the large offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHP Health Center in urgent care. Ask for Take Care at 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information on Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Your island, the conversation, the statements, Wave 105.1 FM, Princess Media.
And welcome back to a beautiful Friday morning on the Wave 105.1 FM. This is Melissa Savares with Dice this Friday morning. And if you're out on the road, please be careful and drive with caution, right? Yeah. And one thing that I try to keep in mind, because I like to drive around on the weekends, short distances, but not, all day, right? And, with the price of gas. It went down a few cents this past week, right? But, we still have to be mindful and plan our routes, right? But one thing is that they resurfaced the whole Route 10 area, right? That's Barragata all the way to Talampago. So they're finally putting the lines in, the stripes. So that's a good thing. So on Saturdays, I'm trying to remember, plan my route not to go that way on Saturdays. Because, the construction workers, I believe it's, Hawaiian Rock out there, doing with their subcontractors, putting the lines and the buttons and all the markers out onto the roadway so that we can distinguish what lane we're driving on. And it's beautiful resurfaced roads. I notice people are going faster during the weekday, right? So, we just got to be mindful. There's people crossing the streets, cars coming out of intersections, and just individuals trying to, like going to Manila, the night market, the church area, because they do have events at the night market, even on the weekends, right? Not necessarily the night market, but people use that area for their gatherings, right? So the baseball field, the little league field behind it, and then there's activities around the senior centers. But then also, it's always been, I know that the mayor is working closely with Department of Public Works and the nearby businesses for a traffic signal over there between Payless and the Bank of Guam. And across the street you have KFC. So cars are, because the roads are really beautifully resurfaced, cars tend to drive faster, right? And so, especially in that general area between the KFC and Bank of Guam and Payless area, going into that Mariana Road, we have people traversing through those areas every day not just on weekends, to drive with caution because the road surfacing is beautiful now, but it doesn't mean that you can go faster and maybe put yourself and others around you in danger. And so recently as well, we see DPW going around, their contractors going around and relining the divisions of remarking the roads, right? Because the roads are good, but some of those lines fade away after a while, right? And the buttons, the buttons that the braille drivers use, when they to divide the roads, the lanes are also disappearing, right? Because if you run over, they can only hold for so long. They're not meant for braille driving. They're actually meant to separate the lanes. So I've seen the DPW contractors going around and relining the roads so that especially our Manancos can actually see, or people, especially in the evenings, it's difficult when it's raining to see the lines, but now you can actually see that I want to thank DPW and their contractors for being out there to make our roadways safer for our people. So, we talked about our things to do, and we have Kim Joe back on to talk about the location of Refoy. Half a day, Brendan. Yes.
Para photo, water for night, that's not the original, it's only a duplicate.
Oh, so the original is actually in the farms in Palapopo, right?
No, it's over by Bubulo, maybe about 2 or 3 miles from Palapopo Coast. I call Polly and Polly because he's going into Palapopo, yeah, and that is good ticket because the original case of the story is about 2 to 3 miles in the rural area. That is only, I think my father is listening. We dig that hole because I was the manager of Palapopo Coast. And we soon I was really motivated and beautifying that area because that's the only waterfall, big waterfall here on Guam. And it's close by my residence, my road.
Right.
So that house I gave my son, and I paid that off for $35,000 when the house was built.
Wow.
And I managed to pay it off by working overtime at the company. And I decided to move to Tucson, Arizona. Because my daughter was attending the Southern Arizona University. So me and my late wife, she passed out. We went over. Before that, we went to Tucson and I bought actually, I bought 2 lots at Cochise County. Then I bought a house in Tucson. And I get processed from the VA and the Tucson VA too. And the council told me that I qualify for 100%.
Wow.
Because of my assignments, so I have process out. I process here on one. I think since I moved to Tucson, I decided to maybe it's faster, so I went in and get processed on the DD 240. And the council said I qualify for 100%, but actually, I was giving 36% first, and then I received a letter denied. I continued to push for my benefits.
Right.
So I go to some VA office. Me and my wife go, we drive over to the Tucson VA office. And we process my paper again. So about 3 times I was denied. Then when we came back, I received a letter from Tucson that my percentage increased to 40%. I waited for a while until I finally got an 80%, then 90%, then 100%. It depends on your DD 214. That's why I'm always calling in about the Southern Victoria Cemetery.
Yes. Do they have a location? Do they have a location already identified?
I was waiting for the mayor. I know the area of government is the government property. You know the road that before you get to the Catholic Cemetery on the right side?
Yes, the one that goes up the hill?
That is government property.
The one going up the hill?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Because I bought my two sons $2,500 each lot. But see, there's a policy that came on recently only for people residing on the land. I can qualify, but again, if you're giving the property, you didn't make at least $10 for active deposit. The government will take it back after 3 years.
Was that the land to the landless program?
No, I think they look for the year subdivision, the extension. That's not the one, but the one right after you pass the swimming pool.
Right.
Your right side, so you get to the coverage for the pool.
Right.
Up the hill. That's $2,500. So I bought my two sons lot.
Yeah, because there are some houses up there, right?
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
And there's infrastructure, there's power and water there as well, right? Up in those,
right.
Yeah.
But see, that land belongs to a commercial family, and the various families, so somehow the government will make an agreement, and they open up the road all the way up. Because as you turn in, we just saying that commercial properties and further up is various.
Okay. Yeah. So that's good. I mean, it relates to and that's something I was listening to Johnny Atulai and Bobby and Charlie the other day. They had their guest on the vet talk, and that's what they said. It's important for veterans to work on their paperwork, because what they get after they get their they get their evaluation from the VA, the money they get stays here on Guam, right? That's how they're able to purchase, to pay their bills, to survive. So, the thousands of dollars extra that veterans get per month stays here on Guam and is spent here on Guam. Right?
Yeah, let me give you a guy from my Nissan pickup truck, the family business, right? I stopped by 76, the cashier asked me a question. How come I'm getting my pickup truck at 76 instead of going to the demonstration and pass up my sticker in there? And I told the cashier that there's half a tank in my truck, and I go to another station, fill it up. By the time I come home, it's half a tank again.
Right. Even for $1 from next year, right?
The cashier started laughing.
But that's true. The distance that you travel to go and put fuel is the distance that the amount that you would use in the gas tank, right, to get to that location. So pay the extra fee, right, the extra charges that we pay outside versus taking that longer ride, right? Yeah.
It's probably laughing good.
Yeah.
And when I'm washing my truck, I can go over to liver station and have a full tank my truck is half the tank. If I go over to liver station and fill it up, by the time I come home, it's half a tank again.
Yes. Okay, well that's a great point, and because we don't have a facility, close enough to where you live. Of course, that makes sense, right?
Right. Sometimes another incident, this lady intercepted me by my local area because he sees, so actually show my license plate, and he gave me a helmet, and he didn't know that name.
Okay. Yes, you have a veteran's license plate, right?
Yeah. It's nice gesture.
Yeah. So thank you for calling, and thank you for sharing your insight, with what you know about Yakoi. Another thing is over at the Guam Museum, they actually have a display of a potential cave. Have you seen that display of Yakoi's cave? And then his the tools.
Yakoi, you know what he used to, because he's a tailor.
Yeah, he made his own clothes.
Before he joined the army. Actually, he's a Navy guy. But he used the album to make a clothes out of it because he's a tailor.
Yeah. So I saw the clothes, and even the tools. He made his own pots and pans, right, with things that he found in the jungle, right?
From the ranch?
Yes, from the ranch, right. So, thank you for sharing, because I remember very clearly when Yakoi was found, and he was known as the last Japanese straggler found in the jungle.
He became international celebrity.
Yeah. So thank you for that, because that is also part of our liberation, festivities, because he was it was part of the war, and it was 28 years later after the war had ended.
He's the only Japanese that ruled citizenship. He's a citizen of Japan and also citizen of America.
Yes.
Because the Guam 1960 Galley Act was passed.
Yes, he was here.
So he became citizen.
Yes. Okay. Well, we're at the top of the hour. We want to thank you again for giving us a call and sharing your insights on how you can get your veterans benefits, as well as sharing a little bit of history on our last Japanese straggler, Yakoi. Okay? Thank you, Kim Joe. Okay? Have a good weekend. Adjust. I love his stories. Yeah.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. They strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
According to Honor's continues, this time we sit down with Republican candidates, House Speaker Tony Adams and PJ Cobra, and catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105 station. Stay informed and hear the vision of Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of the Guam radio system.
Has rejected the latest ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government. Karen Thomas reports the militant groups demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon.
Thursday's announcement came as Israeli strikes killed at least 4 people and a UN peacekeeper. A statement by Hezbollah's leader, Naim Qassem, was read out by a news presenter for Hezbollah's Al-Manar news station. Qassem said the agreement's demand that Hezbollah fighters leave southern Lebanon under fire would mean surrender, defeat, and achieving the enemy's goals. He added, "What we're concerned about is an end to the aggression, ceasefire, and Israel's withdrawal." The ongoing fighting in Lebanon, where Israeli forces have seized large swaths of the south, threatens efforts to end the US and Israeli war with Iran. I'm Karen Thomas.
Oil prices eased today, Brent crude settling just above $95 per barrel. That had Wall Street rally. The Dow gained about 875 points, 1.7%. The S&P added 0.4%, but the Nasdaq edged lower. Vladimir Putin says Russia will strengthen its air defenses to counter Ukrainian drone attacks. The most recent targeted an oil terminal in St. Petersburg. as it hosted an economic forum intended to attract international investors. And Sagar Meghani reports former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton will plead guilty in a classified information case.
That's according to an AP source who says the plea is part of a deal with the Justice Department that could spare Bolton prison time. He was charged last year with 18 counts of either retaining or sharing notes with family members, which officials said had classified information. The charges came about 6 years after President Trump fired Bolton. A person familiar with the deal says Bolton would plead guilty to one count. It would spare him prison time. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
This is AP News. In Hong Kong, authorities have launched an act of remembrance. Charles Philadelphia has the story.
And the police officers tried to display a thin-red thread in downtown Hong Kong to remember the victims of Beijing's 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown, 37 years after the event. It was the latest sign of the city's crucial freedom of expression. From the thread, the traffic side of the West Street to the street signpost in Causeway Bay, close to the park, after decades of movement and annual cannibalization regime along the victims. This was a structure relatively uncertain plan before this movement. When people in the area surrounded by medium trenches, whenever you speak out of the something real good luck. Hong Kong was for decades the only place in China where a large-scale public commemoration of the crackdown was held. I'm Charles Philadelphia.
Afternoon, Mom. This is Paul Crankham from your National Weather Service. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers, east winds around 10 miles per hour, and combined stages 3 to 4 feet will continue through the middle of next week. A low risk of rip currents today is expected to become moderate along north and east facing routes tonight. The fire danger should remain low for at least 4 more days, and the latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
That's our day. This is the weather the CEO host of Fiesta Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme, Kalingaan Kinabukasan Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. 6 minutes after 8 o'clock in the morning here on the Wave 105 FM. You are tuned in to Mornings with Patti, and brought to you by Events at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. You can order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Get to Go. We deliver at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Then Pacific, where others place premises, we play fruits. Visit Pacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations. Turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and fast rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles. Fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company. Our Island. Your health plan. Triple J Auto Group. One night, one reveal, one all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Join Triple J Mazda at the Tumon Night Market on Sunday, June 14th. Designed to move you. Visit Triple J Guam and get pre-approved instantly. Deer Canyon Shopping Center. Shop down and relax at the Canyon Shopping Center. Your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. You can call 671-483-7522. Code 1 Store is a tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor. Plus, Steel Toe Footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. It's Savares with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. 8 minutes after 8 o'clock this morning. Streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Gold. Introducing the all-new Subway Wrap. Ready to make anything on the map. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make feeling easier than ever. Go flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, each wrap feels good.
But a warrior of faith he's fighting for it. He fights for it. Greatest in his word. Towards God. Believe. Believe declared and we will. Wheelchair for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairforwarriors.org.
Go to Adelaide. This time we spoke with Frank Patti, Senator Patti and Senator Steve Patti. Here is your opportunity to hear how the economy doesn't work. Watch the conversation on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Read it more detail. This is a commercial for collaborating solutions.
Okay. I just want to make sure you've got a few hands on the wheel when I tell you my much better deals are just $5.99. Got a junior jumbo jack meal or a junior chicken sandwich meal for just $5.99. Okay, now let your hands steer to the jack. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Just that limited time price and participation here. Thank you so much. Here's going to get the whole region of high school and college central. Okay, all right. What is it? I want to check in a calendar. Thank you, sir. The way you just graduated and bingo. We get thousands and just say $100. Your what about a Visa debit card? Yep. Debit card? Banking? What about for existing customers who just graduated? They get $100 too. Great. Help me in. You just said that those are two branches. You put rules. It's a plan.
The road to Adelaide is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Timoyo and Senator Stephen Barnes to learn more about their vision for God. That's the full conversation that took place on May 22nd on the way to the Blue Highs International. This is a glimpse of long radio station.
Welcome back to the Wave 105.1 FM. This is Mornings with Patti, and this is Melissa Savares with Patti. And it's Friday! Yay! Yes! So, we're excited about the weekend, my weekend is not as busy as last weekend was, but you know what? There's still events happening and places to go, right? Room on night market on Sunday afternoon, so that's a big thing. And now they've extended down to the front of the Tremont Sands Plaza, right? So that's nice, So they go further down that way. So that means there's more vendors, right? And
Triple J is launching their 2026 CX5. So if you haven't seen the new CX5, come out to the Tremont.
Really?
Check it out.
Yes. Is it hybrid?
It's fancy.
It's
fancy.
Does it save on gas?
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely. You can go around the island 10 times and your needle won't move.
And you don't have to.
Your needle's not moving. No, your needle doesn't move. Like me, I drive around red light special. It's always on E. It's on E till I get to Barragata side. They have a black card in Barragata.
Oh, really?
Because I know my car. Be like red light. No, I can still go. Still can go.
That means that you can still go longer?
Still Okay, yeah. I know my car, so I'm still good. I'm good.
Yeah, and these new cars nowadays will have different gauges on their fuel indicators, right? So I'll share with you my experience last month. I was in Oklahoma, and my sister and I decided to do a road trip down to Texas, to Houston specifically, and it took us 8.5 hours. So I said, let's rent a car because you're not going to use your regular car to do these long haul trips, right? Especially with like 8.5 hours one way and 8.5 hours back. So we rented a car, and it was a 2026 model. Nice. And I used to drive a Ford Escape. Okay. And so it's good. The spacious. Yes. So this is a 2026 Ford Escape. So new boards and they're all mechanical, electronics, right? So I'm trying to figure out, okay, does it look like there's, we see the fuel line, but we don't see a needle, right? Usually you gauge by the needle, where the needle is pointing. And we didn't see a needle, so I said, I wonder if I need to put gas. So I went to the gas station, and guess what? The needle wasn't showing because the gas was full. The needle only shows up when it starts to go lower and lower, right? So that's when you can tell. But when I got to the gas station, not knowing if it was full or not, I put gas in, it clicked at $2.83, And I said, oh, wait, that means our tank is full. But, going on a road trip, we stopped twice for gas on that 8.5 hour ride. And then you could see. But you see the different kinds of vehicles that they have, the newer models, right? You really have to understand the dynamics of the board, right? Your speed limits and your gas gauging, right? But yeah, you can see the gas, and with you like you said, it's a hybrid. So hybrid vehicles, they actually shut off at the stoplight, and then you got to press the pedal to reset it and then move, right? So it's really more battery and gas, right? Yeah. And then I just wonder, with electronic vehicles, the electric vehicles, right? You need to recharge that at charging stations. Yes. And, I'm trying to think. I didn't see too many places along a long strip, the freeways, driving that long strip at service stations. Like, one of the places that we like to stop at during our road trip was, because we're driving through Texas, is Buc-ee's. And Buc-ee's is a gas station that has food. It has it's a famous gas station in Houston, in Texas, throughout Texas, and they have all kinds of food items. They have hot meals. They have packaged food, and then they also have paraphernalia, tourist paraphernalia. So you can buy shirts and mugs and magnets, there too. So, but stopping at these fuel stations. You can see the different, and gas is less than now it's $3.77, right? So, however, diesel, of course, was a lot more expensive. It was almost $5. Unlike here, diesel is what, $8? $8, but diesel gets you quite a distance too, right? It's just a little more pricey, but you do get more mileage for the gallon.
Electric vehicles are not too bad. Given the size of the island of Guam, on an electric vehicle, you can loop around a few times before you have
to charge. Yeah.
You can actually loop around the island a few times before you need to charge a vehicle.
Yeah, and and you have to have your credit card tied in with the charger, right? Yes, ma'am. So that's how it works. So
you gotta pay.
That's right. Nothing's free nowadays, except for sometimes concerts or conferences, right? Yeah, and then sometimes it depends on where you're at. You can get free food, right? Fiestas, right? have free stuff, free food too. So, but it's because of the hospitality, right? And our hospitality is making sure that people are entertained, but also, Chamorro Village, the entertainment is free. You can go and dance anytime without having to pay. But of course, you have the food if you want to try the different foods. You can, of course, there's a variety, different kinds, different flavors, and some areas, one thing I like is like different grocery stores. If they want you to, if they're promoting items, and they'll have free samples, right? Have you gone to the grocery stores and you have samples of items that are being sold in the store?
Duty free has chocolate.
Oh yeah, duty free has chocolate samples. Yeah. Yeah. I have a friend who goes to in the States they have Costco, right? And at Costco on weekends, every aisle where they sell the snacks and foods have different samples. So there's a staff there, with who cut up some, pastry maybe, right? Or like their nuts and snacks. Their beef jerky. Their jerky. Donkey does that. Right. Right.
Like the sausages.
Right. Yes. So people go to these places on the weekend and have their lunch there. They just keep trying the samples. The different samples, right?
Yeah, but what do you have for lunch? I damn foodie.
Yeah. I had some dried nuts and dried fruits and nuts. Trail mix, right? I sampled the sausage and the cheese. And then they have the power drinks, the energy drinks, right? Yeah. So they have them in shot glasses, right? And those are sample glasses, not shot glasses. Yeah, right. So those are things that, businesses to promote their items, right? Talking about businesses that promote items so that people don't buy it because they don't know what it tastes like, right? Yeah. And so what they do is they have sample fillings, especially during the sample things. Right. Payments. Yeah. So samples. And so people go there on weekends just to have their lunch, right? And so they had a variety of cheese, right?
They have free tastings during this tomorrow.
Yes. Yes. Oh, some of the banks during Miss Tomorrow have like empanada, buchi, ahu, right? Corn soup. Yes, hot hot chili with the cheeses. Oh, yeah.
I have to put these two granola bars. I'm just Weight Watchers sometimes.
How are you, Maureen?
I'm good. I'm in a very happy Friday mood.
Yeah. Excited for the weekend?
Yes, and we also booked our annual pilgrimage to Europe.
Oh, wow. When are you going?
Third week of June.
Oh, wow. That's exciting.
Yes, and what's really nice is the kids are coming over. My daughter lives in Amsterdam with the Browns.
So you get to spend time with family.
Yes, and we're in the running for Grandparents of the Year, of course. So all we have to do for that is take the kids to Harry Potter Studios.
Okay.
So that's part of the plan.
That's cool. So how long are you going to be there?
About 3.5 weeks.
3.5 weeks. Well, maybe you need to stay that other half. So make it 4, and then you'll really get that Grandparent of the Year trophy, right?
Well, these days it takes a day to get there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's 2 extra hours because the airlines don't like flying through Russian airspace.
Right.
And we don't want them to either.
Yeah. Safety worries.
Yeah.
You want to get back to home, get to your destination safely.
And then safely come back home.
Right. Yes.
Of course.
So, you have to do it. So, which route do you go through Dubai and then?
No. We want to get there usually as quickly as possible. There is a very nice connection to Japan, flying United to Haneda and then Japan Airlines to London. However, now you have to exit and re-enter in Haneda if you are going to take a flight. Yes, recheck the luggage, stand in line again. So that is not particularly appealing. Yeah. So we're flying Korean Air. Okay. Through Incheon. Okay. And we can check the luggage right through. When you check in here. Yep. And it goes all the way. All the way. So you just have it connected. We have a connecting flight in Incheon. We have a 4-hour layover. So you have time to do a little shopping, have something to eat, walk around, and then the long haul into Heathrow. And how many grandchildren do you have over there in Amsterdam? 2 and 2 steps. Oh, well, it's family-oriented trip, right? Yes. Yes. So we're looking forward to that. I take this time. Here's from Guam. For the grandchildren, so for the younger ones, coloring books, which I picked up at the high market. Okay. Nice things for kids. And very Guam oriented. So I was pleased to see those. There were some Guam bags, school type bags, shoulder bags. So, have you ever visited the Maker Space at GPO? That's a part of the Maker's Market. It's part of the Guma project. And they have some really reasonable stuff. And I had Monica in here over the week, this week, and we were talking about items that are locally made, like coconut candy. They have storybooks. Storybooks that have the plushies, for that. So, I mean, it's, it's the grandparents' privilege. Yeah, right, yeah. And talks about our Guam ranches and how they have the ranch with the chickens and stuff. And then one of my favorites is the flavored pancake mix. So it's already in a bag. It's about $8, but you get about 2.5 cups of pancakes mixed out of there, and they have different flavors. So not expensive and not and it's not pricey, but it's reasonable and something that they can taste our food, right? So, I remember when my daughter was younger, my mother-in-law would always make her this big block of Telegram. Oh, yeah. And freeze it. Yeah. So that was, maybe we'll do empanada. Yeah, you could freeze it. Yeah, and then my husband's totally capable of doing that. Where are you going to be staying when you? So we have an apartment here. It was part of the deal when I first came here. So that we always had a place where we could stay and see the family without spending a fortune on the hotel. And it's, it's like an Airbnb. Everything's already there. You can cook, write the meals, and the neighbors. Oh, you're here again? How often do you get out? So, except for the COVID time, we make an effort to go once a year and see the family, my crazy cousin, and spend some time just enjoying what London has to offer, for example, shopping. Of course, shopping's always a big thing. And then we make time. What about the food? The food is good. There's nothing you can't get there, really. And I once had an American talk show host say that you couldn't get a good hamburger in London. And I felt so sorry for it, because if you're a visitor and you're staying in a hotel, all you have to do is ask your staff, where can I get this? Where can I get that? How do I get picture tickets? It's also a city that it's easy to walk around. And whether you're a child or an adult, there's plenty of museums. Yeah, and that's the thing, is the sightseeing, right? Yeah. And there's so much. I have a friend whose daughter was taken in London, in the Air Force, U.S. Air Force. So there's an Air Force base there. Yes. Yeah, and a lot of tomorrows get stationed over there, and they love it.
my son's stepson was stationed there for several years, and they took advantage of them being there, so they don't have to pay a hotel, right?
Yeah.
So they went and stayed
The museums are free.
free, right?
Yeah.
Just like, in D.C., most of the Smithsonians are free. But just going there to see the sightseeing, the museums, theaters.
Oh, yeah.
The theaters, a lot of
And there's, I've always said that's why I've settled so well here, because there's a similarity in the cultures which you wouldn't think. It's basically respect, family values, looking out for your neighbours, right? So very similar to how I grew up, and I felt like that made it easier for me to be in Guam rather than the U.S. mainland. When sometimes crazy things happen.
You don't know your neighbors at the U.S. mainland.
Yeah.
Unless you're aggressive and, friendly. I mean, everybody's friendly, but in their own way, right?
Yeah.
But, you like, for safety reasons, you want to know who your neighbors are.
Yes.
And then you become family eventually, right?
And we're on what I call borrowing terms.
Yes. Right. Hey, do you have a cup of sugar that I need something right now? Yeah, but, things like that, right?
Yeah, they make you feel at home very quickly. So.
Yeah. I mean, the same way, my neighbors are, off island. They park one of their vehicles so they can see the others with their camera, and it's not blocking, but I check their mail daily, but it's the relationship that you have, right?
Yeah. So no complaints, really. Except the usual ones. Traffic. Yeah, I'm not sure where the traffic was this morning.
Oh, no, there was no traffic. School's out. School's out, so there's no traffic. But, so the roads are being fixed because it's not. The lines are being put in.
Yes, I've noticed.
That in the north?
Yeah, that's very good, right? Yeah. Because you stick at night when you're.
And it's raining. When it's raining, right? You can't really see what lane you're in.
You cannot. You need to get behind the car.
Follow their headlights, their tail lights, if it's on, right?
Yeah. But, the north was always, if you're out, there's always lots of traffic heading there. It's changed over here.
Oh, yeah, because, a lot more people own cars and they go to different places. In one household, you can have up to 5 cars, 4 cars.
And one of those vehicles has to be a truck.
Yeah, right, for hauling wood. With a long bed. Yeah. So, well, I'm excited for you. How are things going here? I mean,
travel broadens the mind, right? So it's always intellectually stimulating for me to see how they do things there, how the economy is going there. At one time, when we would go to England, London, they'd be sticker shop, right? It's not so much now, and I figure it's because prices here have gone up significantly.
Right, yeah.
So we noticed that last year.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, many of the products, not quite such sticker shock. Although there's, in the pubs and bars, yes, because there's a heavy tax in alcohol.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 drinks is not a pleasant experience when we came to pub. But otherwise, in the supermarket, shopping, not much different.
Pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, so that shows that I guess they didn't have.
Do you drive over here, or does your husband drive?
We do. Yeah. So, we don't drive into Central London because there's people that do public transport.
Right.
And if you do drive, then the issue is parking.
Yeah.
And paying for the parking,
right.
which is not cheap. And so you can get a day travel pass that allows you to hop on and off. Like the train stations, take a bus somewhere if you want to. So that's typically what we do.
Yeah, nice. So you do that with your grandchildren?
I know that we will drive to Harry Potter Studios, from where it's located. There's some other child-friendly destinations.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing that I think is appropriate for all ages is going to the market. You know, seeing what's essentially what you're going to buy, right?
And what's in season, too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, when we go to markets, I mean, I was just sharing with guys earlier, earlier in the week that, even at the flea market, we have vendors that sell toys. Yeah. So when you go, and I have kids with me, that's where they are at. Yeah. Looking at the toys, right? We have two vendors, lucky vendors too, so one on each end, right? And I know where to find the kids, or, that's where they get their treat. And then we go get something to eat, right? After I get my produce, right? Yeah. Fresh fruits and vegetables. So. Yeah. Yeah. So, it's family-oriented. Definitely. So, we talked the night market in Truman, Chamorro Village. Those are family events, right?
And my husband graduates towards the people that are selling tools.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at the toys.
New toys for him, right?
New toys, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And activities, what do we have? I mean, I just, I look for games that I can use, for my kids, my grandkids. They like being out in the driveway, in the, garage, playing badminton.
Oh, that's cool.
Cornhole, right? Yeah. Stuff like that.
Rather than glued to the devices.
Right, yeah. Or, we'll go out and kick some balls, right? So this summer is basketball season,
Okay.
So for all age groups. So that's exciting. There's different programs, that the villages are having.
I've noticed, yes, everywhere, depending on the age, right? Everything from year two to all sorts of sport programs.
Yes, yeah. Something that picked up in the last several years, pickleball.
Oh, yeah.
And that's all different age groups, right? So no matter your age and no matter what your interests are,
people playing here.
Yeah, yes, right.
And I know in Hawaii my cousin was his teams have a pickleball court.
And you can do pickleball anywhere. You can do it in a basketball court, a tennis court, a racquetball court, as long as you know where your boundaries are, right? Yeah. So that's something that was picked up as well. So, we have the different seasons for our different sports. So it's exciting, to see that people are actually getting outdoors too.
Right. Yeah. Yes, I think the night market is a great idea. Yes. And it's a mix, right?
Yeah, it's a mix of, you have a mix of local, military, and tourists. So really, it's not just a tourist attraction.
No.
It's something, and it's a social event. I do those.
It's something to go to the flea market or the night market. You always see people that are there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I think for tourists, it's such an attraction.
Yeah. And you see tourists not just in Truman, but they're all over the place, right? They're at the night market. On Wednesday night, Chamorro Village, right? They're out at the Azutea, taking pictures. They're in market up at the fort, right?
Yes.
Drinking coconut juice, right?
The only time I went is when I see them taking photos of their juice board.
I've never seen that.
I'm not quite sure what intention they're taking home with it.
I've never, there's a new board out this month, so I haven't really stopped by Capitol Kitchen to look at it yet.
It's
I kind of glanced at the one at the triangle section, because, that's right. So if you're at a red light, you have to be right one of the first cars to actually take a look at it. But I think the one here on Route 10A going to Capitol Kitchen, that airport area, that's a little more visible because it stands out.
It's right close to the road.
Yeah. So, is that where they pull over and stop?
Yeah. Although in the gummy, I've seen them taking photos of one of the facilities.
Oh, there's a loop near Chicapua.
Yeah.
Right behind that is the ground seal. They should just walk a few more feet and take the one with the ground seal.
Yeah, that's not what they're doing. So, yes, I don't know what message. I mean, those boards predominantly feature, what's the word here? Criminals. Yeah. So, that's not what we want to promote.
No.
Right, that we are an island.
Maybe they're taking the picture of a drug offender that's really going to be locked up and deported. Right? Maybe. Yeah. So don't mess around with it because they're just a message to the other tourists. You will get deported because you're not a resident.
You know, cannabis is an attraction here.
Yes.
So, maybe not to take it home to certain countries like Japan, but you know, something that's known to tourist visitors, so it's available.
And that's the thing, is because in Japan it's still illegal.
Right.
And I know that, you know, some of them for social reasons come over to do that, right? Or to, you know, get their fix, right? But one thing about Japan also is they have patients that need, you know, that could use it, you know, maybe they're cancer patients or PTSD patients with pain, right? And part of their pain management is maybe to use this. And even the edibles are not legal in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So for patients that may need to use it, and they could get a referral from their doctors. The thing is, if they use it here on Guam, they have to stay on Guam to consume it.
Right.
After consuming, they can go back. But I think those visitors, if they're coming for that purpose, will be here longer.
Yeah.
Than 4 to 5 days. So that's something that for the Japanese tourists, right?
Yeah.
It could be medical tourism, right?
Yeah.
And so we talked about other ways of enticing tourism on Guam, and medical tourism could be a part of it because one, we have the regional hospital, Guam GRMC,
right?
It's a Guam regional, right? Medical hospital. So for those, I don't know if Korea. I don't think Korea has cannabis business legal there either. So definitely Japan is not.
Yes, I've heard about Japan.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see our visitors getting out and about.
Right.
And it's certainly good for the southern villages when they drive rather than the island. And I'm more than willing to step outside too much.
Yeah. And that's the good thing about having events outside of Tumon. When the villages, like last weekend, they had the Street Festival in Patti.
Yes.
And then the weekend before was the Mango Festival in Market. So, you know, you see tourists. And you know, one thing I really would, even at the flea market on Saturday and Sunday mornings, I see stroll, you know, the transportation, the caller ride, and I see stroll drivers coming in and dropping tourists off, see taxi cabs coming in, and then I see tourists who rent cars and come to the flea market. Yeah. So, you know, they're early.
Well, markets are definitely a thing.
And just like you could say, going to London, I mean, that's something that we all enjoy doing together, right? It's great.
We have never left empty-handed.
Yeah, okay. When I leave on vacation, I always pack a suitcase.
Yeah.
Because from my overload coming back, right?
Yeah.
And even if I don't buy a lot, at least I'm not stuffing stuff and standing on it to zip it.
Oh, yes.
So I like to be comfortable coming back.
Yeah, it's definitely a time when we take the big suitcase.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I mean,
you're filling it to go there, too, because you're bringing stuff, right?
Yeah, we're taking things. I mean, for weeks travel, I can manage on a wheelie and a shoulder bag.
Yeah.
But for a whole time,
3.5 weeks more. Yeah. And especially because you have plans already. You're going to see family, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, treats from Guam is always... give them the Guam flavors, right?
Yeah.
So it's always fun to reconnect. And you do it annually, right? So
Yes.
it's always your favorite. So, oh, can we get this because this is really good?
Yeah. I mean, and the only time I think I really felt far away was during COVID.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
You know, when you couldn't travel.
Yeah.
And when you could travel, it was, I mean, it was the process, right? Testing on the way out, testing on the way back.
And then not only that, you during COVID, you get isolated for 10 days, you know.
Well, we waited till that was over. It was 2 weeks to the UK in our hotel. 2 weeks, yeah, not in your own place, but in a hotel. So, you know, it kind of negated the purpose.
Yeah.
But we did notice when we arrived that first time, I mean, we were so accustomed, we dropped the suitcases and went to the supermarket. We were so accustomed to masking up. Right?
Yeah.
So we walked in, and there's virtually nobody wearing a mask.
Oh, really? You didn't wear them anymore?
So we asked, and we were told only old people and Asians were.
Oh, so were you Asian or old people?
Well,
combination of the two. Yeah. Combination of the two because of where you came from, right?
Yeah. So it was, you know, it's a little bit different, right?
Right.
The experience. But it was nice to be there, although it was winter when we went. But November, December, so close to Christmas. It's been a long time since I've been in London at Christmas. So that's a fun time too.
Yeah. Because it's a different climate too.
Different climate.
With celebrations going on.
You know, just very nice kind of holiday feel, decorations everywhere, also available to buy. Right?
Yeah. And then bring home the extra luggages, right?
No problem for me.
Yeah.
So, and then, you know, it's good to come home, eat refreshed.
Yeah.
And to your own bed, of course, you know, and your own house.
Yeah. Your own bed, right? I always say, you know, even if you're in a home, you know, or, you know, with family, it's still not the same as being in your own.
No, we did upgrade the beds a couple of years ago. Finally, after like 6 years, I got my way. So, yeah. So, you know, you just see a lot of people traveling. I think worldwide, travel is down about 4%. But it doesn't seem like that, right? Except,
no, because when you still get on the plane, it's full. The plane is full.
Although we were able to book very easily, and a little bit less than last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But, you know, considering the price of gas has gone up, it's less than what we're traveling. I just booked a flight to Korea.
Oh, okay.
And it was less than what I spent last time.
Yes. So maybe the Korean market welcomes us.
Yeah, maybe. Because, you know, we still see the visitors from there coming over here. And, you know, there's 2 different planes going over there. So, you know, you don't have the monopoly of just one flight.
No. Yeah. And actually, Korea flies to, I think, practically everywhere in the world.
Oh, great. So that's a great connection, right?
Yeah. So, you know, if you want to visit Italy or France or Amsterdam.
Well, you know, and a friend of mine actually last year did that. He had retired and said he was stationed in the army in Germany.
Oh, okay.
And so what he did is he flew to Korea and he found a flight for less than $600 from Korea to Germany.
Wow.
And he was there for 3 weeks. And so he stayed in Airbnbs. And he just went from one place. He even went to the old house that they lived in.
No kidding.
So he said it was, you know, still the same. And, you know, of course, things have been upgraded, right?
Yeah.
But it was, and then he took the train further up north, you know, went to Frankfurt, and they went to London. So he did like 4 countries while he was there.
That's awesome.
In 3 weeks. So I said, wow, that's awesome. But he went through that flight. He went from Guam to Korea, then Korea to Germany.
So I think what you say if you go to, say, certain other Asian cities, if you have to stay over, right?
Yeah.
You end up zeroing out any savings. But so for us, it's present to have that short layover.
Yeah. Well, then you're not rushing from one gate to another, you know. And then you automatically check your bags in all the way through.
Yeah, we don't see it until we get there.
Yeah, which is great. I think Hawaii would do that. You know, going to the mainland, sometimes, that's why I choose sometimes to go to Japan, because it's just checked all the way through.
Yeah.
And Hawaii says they do it because of agriculture reasons, right? But, you know, our bags are being checked here, right?
Yeah, when you take the island hop out or you go to Australia, sometimes, they'll spray the plane, which is the alternative. It's just remarkably inconvenient. And it's such a crash around the carousel to get your bags in Hawaii.
Oh, you're terrible. They have 3 carousels. The last time I was there, right after the typhoon, 3 carousels. So, you know, before it was just 2, so you stand in the middle aisle and look both ways. But when you have a 3rd carousel going, you know, you're jumping from one place to another.
It's really,
and then you have a connecting flight. You know, it's not pleasant.
No, especially for Armamenco.
Yeah, I'm over 60, so it's trying to run home.
It's not that I can't do it, right? But again, it's time and effort.
Right.
So yes.
Because if you want to go to TSA, you put your bags back in and then go through that.
Now I hear from business people who've been there recently that the new has become quite complicated. Yeah. Lots of checks and ID and luggage.
Wow.
So,
I guess it's happening everywhere, but, you know, here in the U.S. we're crossing, and I know we're considered international, but still, you know, our bags get checked by TSA here too, right?
Sure.
So if you automatically see it and let it go all the way through. Yeah. But it's nice that you don't have to pick up, you know, when you get to Korea, and then you don't have to pick up your bags and then recheck it. And then you have that time in the airport to maybe go get something nice to eat and comforting, right?
Yeah, and if we're taking, you know, just for certain people, if we don't have something edible from Guam, or pick up something in Peru, because, you know, some of my family, they do not need nothing to gas. Consumables are welcome.
Yes, consumables are welcome. I know, that's one thing, shopping after I turned 40, when I started shopping and thinking, what do I want? It was always about what I wanted, not what I needed, right? I had to think, do I have to dust this? If I have to dust it, I don't want to do it. You know, I'm just going to, so, you know, other stuff, you know, that I can put in my maybe shadow box or, you know, china cabinet. I have shot glasses and magnets. So I started collecting magnets. And so now my refrigerator, stuff that I can stick magnets on are you know, of different places that I travel to. So I don't have to dust that.
So, you know, you just become mindful of those things.
And then they don't take up too much space in your luggage, right? Or your hand carry. So those are, and then of course people love snacks, right? So you get different flavors of,
this one I like the Japanese hard candy, so that's easy to find here.
Yeah, you can go to Dunkin' and get a variety of it, right?
Yeah. So we know what we're buying for who these days, right?
That's great. And even when I go to conferences, you know, I get little treats from Guam, and it's funny because we buy the dried mango. And it says Guam dried mango, but then you turn it around, made it But what's nice is we can get cookies, you know. our local cookies.
Things with the Guam
Yes. And our Guam products too, we're supporting our local entrepreneurs.
It's such a cool thing, right? To take something small and hand it over.
Yeah, right. And so those are things my nieces and nephews in the States love crackers,
Right.
So I Guam gift asparagus cookies, right? In different flavors. That would be, or just regular asparagus cookies, But then they like the limestone cookies that they have over at Free Squares as well. So, Tony DeNancy is a big hit for some people, right?
Yeah.
So when we go to conferences, we kind of bring a variety of Guam chocolates because we do have Guam chocolates made here as well.
Oh, you do have choices.
Yes,
right?
we have a choice, of different things. From the flavor of the palette, right? To like you said, coloring books or activity books. Our local activity books, they have a lot of those too here.
Well, those soda bags are very cool.
Oh, yeah.
Hand-painted exactly from it.
Yes. Oh, nice. Yeah. We have Guam bags. Our cousin of mine loves to have the Payless bags that have the recipes on it.
Okay.
So,
yes, I'm taking recipe books.
Yeah. So they can put flavor to their products, right? Yeah. So those are fun stuff, to take. Recently we had a teacher, Mr. Labrador, who did a comic book, and the illustrations were done by teachers here as well, or artists here at Guam. So for the teenage groups, our kids, that was something that we did like 2 years ago with Mr. Labrador and his promotion on his comic book. So, it was also translated in Chamorro. So that was interesting.
So I know that, tomorrow at Black Friday, there are always parents, people looking for books and tomorrow that they can share with their children, right? So it's nice when they're functions like that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so my aunt, I have a aunt that lives in Houston, and her grandchildren love Guam. They only, the best thing that they love about is the food. Guam food, and so I got them that comic book, and it had different legend stories, kind of fabricated, of course, fiction, right, non-fiction stories and stuff. And then the cartoon, the drawing, the illustration was done by another educator who was an artist here on Guam. And then they had the Chamorro translation. So if you wanted to read the Chamorro translation, you could try to practice your Chamorro with that, right?
Yeah, that's good.
So you pick up some words, right? And not the bad words. Every time you learn a new language, you learn the bad words first, right?
Those two come first. Along with I love you.
Yeah. So that's, exciting, especially because you're going to see your grandchildren.
Yeah.
That's always a plus, really. Yeah.
But meanwhile, we have the weekend to look forward to.
Yeah.
Maybe we're going to get some sunshine.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
and there's a concert tonight, so hopefully the weather holds up. And the concert is J. Boog. Yeah. And Sammy J. So it's over at Utah Beach Amphitheater over there. And then of course we look forward to, there's a lot of graduation parties. Yeah. Tomorrow we have our last graduation from high school. High school graduation is George Washington. Is tomorrow. So, that's the last of the graduations.
Family events, right?
Family events, yeah. So, because the graduations are held in the morning at the field house, it's 9 in the morning, so they can go and have lunch, right? They're having lunch, and then not just dinner, or even like a weekend celebration. There's several weekend celebrations for graduations this weekend. So, we just never ending.
Yeah, ease into the summer.
Yeah. And then we talked about this morning about registration starts today for the Liberation Parade. You'll be back before Liberation, right?
I won't.
Maybe the week after.
No, we'll miss it this year.
Okay.
And I'll probably catch it on TV.
Yeah, catch it. PBS will be covering it. And then you can catch a replay of it later on something, either YouTube or the governor's Facebook page, right? Yeah, but you're going to go to Harry Potter's. So that's already an event on its own, right?
True that.
Is that a whole day trip?
It will be. Minimum of 3 hours actually in the studio, which is quite a lot. But but they visit and then I'm sure we'll find somewhere to eat or explore the area. Right? It's outskirts of Greater London. So,
is that you're going to be your first time going here?
Yeah.
With them too? I mean, their first time as well?
They're driving this trip.
Okay,
Wish list.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they have things to do already set up for you. Yeah. Well, it's exciting because then you're really creating memories. I always say this is, the time that we create memories, right? It's not about being on the devices or stuff. It's about spending the time together.
Yeah, for sure. So, yes, we're happy to oblige.
How old are they?
8 and 6. 8, 6, and then old enough to have preference.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, for quite a few years now.
Yeah, so they dictate your schedule.
Well, when we're in Amsterdam, I like to take them to the bookstore. And say, okay, guys,
what do you want to pick
something to read? This book is about experiences.
Right.
So, that's okay too, right?
Of course. And, we talk about the library being open and summer reading programs and, best readers, right? And literacy, some of our summer camps throughout the villages are having educational camps this summer. And they're just like there'll be a 4-week camp over in Danielites. It starts later in June, through July, and it's about literacy. They're going to be reading and comprehending, doing writing, because their imagination, right? Yes, and they're developing their imagination skills and their writing skills. So this will really enhance all of that. So we're excited. It's a good summer of literacy and a lot of educational stuff.
Always in favor of that. Opening doors.
Right. An opportunity for many, right? Yeah. Well, it's great, and I'm looking forward to hearing more after your vacation, and so Patti will be here next week, so you can talk to her about how she spent her grandson's graduation, right? And it's just not the travel, right? And then if you don't get out, there's other ways, other things to do. You can't be informed. There's so many things happening.
Sometimes that's the good thing about visitors, too, right?
Give them the opportunity to choose, right?
I never mind losing a day's drive somebody around the area.
Oh, yeah. I enjoy that, and there's plenty of places to eat. And, just stop and learn about something, right? Our ocean life, we have beautiful beaches, and just to sit and listen. I was staring with Dice, and just to listen, it's flame creek time, right? Now all the flame creeks are in bloom. Just walking, looking at all the orange tops and the trees along the roadways. I drove through 2-1 yesterday, and even the hotel parking lots are flame trees blooming and cool. It's beautiful.
And also, it's a chance to follow the history.
Absolutely. We talked about your koi this morning, how he was found in the early 70s, and he lived there for almost 30 years in the jungle.
Came back afterwards.
So he was the last Japanese traveler found on Guam. Came back with his wife.
That's right.
As a tourist.
Must have been an amazingly emotional experience.
Yes, and we're preparing for liberation. So, that kind of brought us to that topic of the preparation and how, people lived, individuals, stragglers lived in
I remember interviewing Senator Johnson. An interview I remember. Right? He talked about her father and how he had been sent to Japan, and he had kept a diary while he was sent. She couldn't bring herself to read it, right? But just, her experience, just like she was so articulate. She was really, I think, in her, just past her mid-80s then.
When you interviewed her?
Yeah, but so articulate and could remember everything. Right?
Yeah, but she, an educator of her own, right?
She was a fellow.
Yeah, very, had a lot of knowledge and history.
Yes, it was around the time of the war reparations, and I was doing some writing for Reuters, the international news agency, and I wanted something meaningful that related to the war years, and so I suggested that. And I went a bit wrong on what I wrote, and I took it all. So, it was a history of it. Sure. So that went out on the wires.
That's interesting. And she has a lot of history. I mean, growing up here during World War II, and then her father, he was captured, right?
Yes.
POW.
She talked about millennium.
So when we celebrate liberation, I think of the history of the concentration camps and the concentrations.
Yeah, definitely wasn't easy journey. Many local people went to Japan too, and to Palau. So it was, it's not necessarily a happy time. War never is, I suppose.
No, it's not. But I remember even those in the Savares, they were moved to the Micronesian islands with safety. And some, couldn't find their birth certificates, so they had to just get things notarized, affidavits that were from aunties, who know that they were born there. So even our own people, our own Chamorros.
Yeah, it has lost an effect.
Yeah. So it's interesting, but we're at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
One by very quickly. Thank you for having me.
I really enjoyed the conversation. But I'm looking forward to you coming back and sharing your.
I certainly will let you know. Yes. But I guess I wish everybody a happy weekend.
Oh yes.
And Dice has got one foot out of the door already.
Yes, I'm excited because then Monday comes Patti, so she'll be here and she'll have a lot of entertainment because we talked about her time spent in Las Vegas, and I'm sure that they've done some trips here and there, to spend time with family. That's always exciting, right?
All right, well, thank you again. Take care, guys.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you, Maureen. You have a safe weekend as well.
Okay, we'll take a break from the news. Thank you.
You're listening to AGM Wave 108. The podcast, a Pride Glimpses media station. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and players, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
The youth of the has rejected the legacy ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government
Ken Thomas reports the militant groups demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon.
Thursday's announcement came as Israeli strikes killed at least 4 people and a UN peacekeeper. A statement by Hezbollah's leader, Naim Qassem, was read out by a news presenter for Hezbollah's Al-Manar news station. Qassem said the agreement's demand that Hezbollah fighters leave southern Lebanon under fire would mean surrender, defeat, and achieving the enemy's goals. He added, "What we're concerned about is an end to the aggression, ceasefire, and Israel's withdrawal." The ongoing fighting in Lebanon, where Israeli forces have seized large swaths of the south, threatens efforts to end the US and Israeli war with Iran. I'm Karen Chamas.
Oil prices eased today, Brent crude settling just above $95 per barrel. At a Wall Street rally, the Dow gained about 875 points, 1.7%. The S&P added 0.4%, but the Nasdaq edged lower. Vladimir Putin says Russia will strengthen its air defenses to counter Ukrainian drone attacks. The most recent targeted an oil terminal in St. Petersburg, as it hosted an economic forum intended to attract international investors. And Sagar Magani reports former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton will plead guilty in a classified information case.
That's according to an AP source who says the plea is part of a deal with the Justice Department that could spare Bolton prison time. He was charged last year with 18 counts of either retaining or sharing notes with family members, which officials said had classified information. The charges came about 6 years after President Trump fired Bolton. A person familiar with the deal says Bolton would plead guilty to 1 count. It would spare him prison time. Sagar Magani, Washington.
This is AP News. In Hong Kong, authorities have quashed an act of remembrance. Charles Savares has the story.
A performer's office tries to play a thin red thread in downtown Hong Kong to remember the victims of Beijing's 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown, 37 years on from the event, in the latest side of the city's freedom freedom expression. Samuel Hall had planned to time the red thread in street signposts in Causeway Bay, close to the park, that decades had hosted an annual candlelight visit on June 4 to all the victims. Resources stopped the chain, halted evening, and searched the crowd before letting them go forward. When leaving the area surrounded by Indian country, when it was speaking of himself in New York, Hong Kong was for decades the only place in China where a large-scale public commemoration of the crackdown was held. I'm Charles Newman.
There's more news and the latest developments at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening. Russia's war in Ukraine drags on. President Volodymyr Zelensky is calling for face-to-face negotiations with his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin. Sagar Magani has the latest.
In the first public letter Zelensky sent Putin since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in 2022, he pitched a meeting in a neutral country like Switzerland at the White House.
I'm glad that they be talking about it.
President Trump would not say what concessions he's urged Putin to make for ending the war.
They're going to both make compromises. I suggest those compromises.
Zelensky appears to be trying to seize a pivotal moment in the war as his forces start to regain some battlefield leverage, largely through improved long-range strike capabilities. Putin says Russia will boost its air defenses to counter recent Ukrainian drone strikes that have reached deep inside his country. Sagar Magani, Washington.
The U.S. has imposed sanctions on Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel, along with 4 others, including the son of former President Raul Castro. Meanwhile, our Cristiana Mestizo reports from Havana that Cuba's now dealing with a garbage crisis.
Piles of trash in almost every corner is just another issue Cubans have had to endure since early this year when the United States imposed an oil blockade. Trucks cannot make collections regularly, and people and vehicles have to maneuver around mountains of garbage.
Hezbollah has rejected the latest ceasefire agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government. It's demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon. And former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton's agreed to plead guilty to a single count of retaining classified information. The deal could allow him to avoid prison time. This is AP News.
got two hands on the wheel when I tell you my much better deals are just $5.99. Get a junior jumbo jack meal or a junior chicken sandwich meal for just $5.99. Okay, now lay your hands through the jack. Welcome to Jack in the Box. What's that? Every time I'm customer participation here, I pay for city hosts. Here's how they do for all region of high schools. Okay, I'll buy. What is it? I want a chicken and calendar. Don't Pacific. What you just graduated and bingo. We'll deposit an additional $100 in your account. What about a Visa debit card? Yep, Visa debit card. I'll write them on the banking. Have you ordered? What about for existing customers you just graduated? They get $100 too. Great. Help me in. Bank Pacific. Multiple branches. You plus leaders.
The road to Adams is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation take place on May 26th on the Wave 105 TV channel. This is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
All the late all the sacrificing, all the coffee. This money is yours. Celebrate big at Guam Rose Resort in Tahita or Blue Coal Bowling. Contact Guam Rose Resort today or stop by on food and beverage outfits and let's celebrate together.
All region high school and okay, I'll buy. What is it? I want a chicken and calendar. Bank Pacific. What if you just graduated and bingo? We'll deposit an additional $100 into your account. What about a Visa debit card? Yep, Visa debit card. I'll write them on the banking. What about for existing customers you just got? $100 too. Great. Help me in. Bank Pacific. Multiple branches. You plus reach.
All for one, Chili's Party Grabbers mix celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grab parties, family gatherings, or any time you're easy to grab. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories you can hear. Celebrate Father's Day with Power Nugget and Wave 105 as we honor our first heroes. So answer a WhatsApp message or call in and share your funniest or most heartfelt dad stories. Winners will be revealed from 2:15 to 2:90, and you can win your daddy's special bundle prize. Stay locked in to Power Nugget and Wave 105. Brought to you by Guam Plaza Resort, Giannis Cafe, Roots Grill House, Autoworks, Melody, Bummer, and Cream and Butter.
Day. This is Loretta Lucino, host of Fiesta Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme, Kalayaan Kinabukasan Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
The road to Adams is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation take place on May 26th on the Wave 105 TV channel. This is a glimpse of Guam radio station. Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the top of Guam.
Welcome back to Friday morning on the Wave 105.1 FM. This is Melissa Savares filling in for Patti Arroyo today. And Viva Business, I'm with Dice. And I have a special guest this morning for my last hour of the show for the day, for the week. I have Leilani Champaco, who is the Employee Service Manager for ICANN Resources. Welcome, Lonnie. I'm so excited. I heard you on the at a presentation at the Mayor's Council. I believe that was like 2 months ago, right? Yeah. And I was very interested in what ICANN is providing. You are a federal contractor, but you're also a nonprofit organization that provides skill job training to individuals with disabilities, with special needs. Absolutely. And so individuals with special needs can range from anybody with bipolar, Down syndrome, autism, everything, right, in the spectrum.
Well, basically, we do offer equal employment opportunities for adults with significant and/or severe disabilities. So that's our target audience.
Okay. And so, you being a federal contractor, what type of jobs do you do and you provide as an organization through the different federal? I know you have staff over operations at Anderson Air Force Base,
correct?
Camp Blas, and Naval Station 1.
Correct.
Right? Is there any other location on federal property?
Well, we also manage the business schools, so there's 3 on island.
Okay.
And the 2 types of services that we provide to our customers, one is food service. So we do manage 3 food vending facilities for 3 different places, Anderson, Camp Blas, and the U.S. Naval Base. And then the other service we provide is custodial service. So the custodial services, you said it already, Anderson Air Force Base, Go-Dare School, and we also manage the clinic up in Anderson. Yeah, so those are our current contracts at this time.
Wow, okay. And then you custodial services, do you have anything in the Naval Station area?
Just the Go-Dare School.
Just the Go-Dare School.
Correct.
Okay. And that's the middle school, right? The McCool School is there?
Yes, the elementary middle school.
Naval Station and the elementary, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then you also manage the Go-Dare at Naval Hospital, the Guam High?
Yes, so all 3 schools. Yes, on all 3 bases.
So that's custodial services.
Correct.
3 places.
Yes.
And then, are you also in Camp Blas?
We are just at this time managing the dining facility.
That's the dining facility. Where the barracks are, right? Is that where?
I'm not sure if that's where the barracks is held at this time. But the dining facility is also in Anderson, so it can be a little confusing.
Right, yeah. So why, they've expanded.
Correct. Yeah.
It's kind of, you don't know if it's Northwest Field or what,
Well, I'm not sure that Camp Blas itself is completed.
Yes. Yeah. So at least your contractors, do you have any other contracts outside of the military footprint?
We used to, but since I want to say the COVID, the pandemic, and then the storm back in 23 Mara, that kind of just, we had one small one, a commercial, wasn't really big, but, the services were needed as we had all thought. So that kind of just closed down back in late 23.
Okay. And so I know that you're part of your process. Can you explain to us the transition? Most of these, the transition are done that students coming out of these schools when they complete high school, or individuals who are adults are looking for a job but didn't realize that they have an opportunity to apply through this program. Do you get referrals for employment, or are there referrals coming from private citizens, or are they coming from school counselors?
So referrals, I've been with ICANN, this month will make it 7 years. And then again, early on into my time with ICANN, COVID happened, so that kind of changed a lot of the way that how we receive referrals from the education, from Guam Department of Education. So since then, we do get a large number of applicants, whether it be online or walk-in, or if it's a referral by an existing employee, or just in terms of, we heard, we saw. We've held about, I want to say, in the last 7 years, maybe about a good 4 or 5 jobs. We call open house, where we open our headquarters, and we have a live job fair specific to ICANN. So we, promoted that on the post and other social media outlets, right? So today, what I can say is that the applications coming in are coming from all over the place. all over. So whether it be counselors reaching out from their own respective schools. I had a couple of those in the last year or two who wanted to inquire a little bit more information on ICANN. And so just to clear the air with the community, and I've had opportunities to do this too as well earlier, a lot of people tend to think that we are a job placement agency and that we're affiliated with another agency. But we are a standalone private sector. We are the employer. So when we say we offer these, it's because that is who we're looking at. Those are the people that we are purposely, employing, right? That is our whole mission, why we exist, is to employ them. And so whether they are coming as members from DSID or DVR or from the special education program from many of our high schools, they're getting ready to graduate and they're interested in want to work, or if it's someone who maybe graduated 4 or 5 years ago and now they feel they're ready and confident that they're ready to join the workforce. So it's really open to any adult, must be at least 18 years of age. So any adult with a significant or severe disability. So the ADA can have a long list of what qualifies as a disability. However, they're not all significant or severe. So those two key words need to be correct.
Okay. And so, when I heard your presentation some time ago, I was really interested because, you don't hear this. You have duty jobs there. You have an open house. You've had an open house 4 times. Also, do you work with veterans who have severe disabilities?
Absolutely.
And they can apply?
Yes. So we have not partnered, but we have reached out to HMI.
Okay.
So they're one of the agencies who assist veterans, right? So I want to say, if not last year, the year before, our last open house, we had done an invitation with HMI and all of their clients. So it was a really large one, and this was actually for the dining facility for Marine-based Camp Laws. So we were already ready to fill them, and we just needed people. So we had to fill maybe almost 40 to 50 positions. Correct, yeah. So, we really want to get in now. We're just able to. So we took them an opportunity. So it was a really large thing. We had over 200 applicants. Not all got interviewed, but it goes to show that, if we do our diligence and getting the word out there, they're listening, right? There's no such as listen to their platform because, as you shared, 4 times I've done an open house and, you're still learning, right? So that's something else we recognize, that we still want to get the word out there because I think it was just recent in the last 6 months I had a parent of one of our new employees who said, all this time I didn't know that you guys existed and I've really been here since 2011.
Yeah, and I'm surprised because, the parents contacted you. I'm surprised that they didn't get that information at the school level, right?
Well, like I said, since the pandemic, it's changed a lot. And I can't imagine all the changes, too, that have taken place at DOA itself, right? So, so we're doing what we got to do, and here we are, and we're just going to continue to move forward and try to help as many people as we can.
Well, and that's why, because I see people, I see homeless individuals in the community who continue to come to get their food at the pantry or come to the casino to get their nightly meals, right? And I'll kind of pull them to check. So how is it coming along? Have you worked with Gura, to get your housing? And you've gone to the shelter? Because they also have children that are in the system with foster care with family members, right? Because they don't have stability, right? Of course, I asked, have you tried to apply for ICANN? Oh, but I need a health certificate because they wanted to. So, I know that in your discussions, your presentations, that you also guide them through that process, right? If it's a health health certificate that they need to get the training. You work with the Department of Public Health and Social Services to make those appointments.
Even their utility cards, right? Because we work with the local one on the other side. So any type of certificate or license that they're even in need for their job, that is part of, the guidance and support that we provide to our employees. And I think, for a lot of the folks that you're talking about, right? For them, we think, again, this is just from my opinion that I've noticed since my time with ICANN, is, they're just not sure, they're not confident, they don't know as much just yet. Is it something they really want to do? Is it something they can do? We get a lot of phone calls, believe me, we get a lot of phone calls, asking a lot. So, as much as we try to encourage and assure them that we're going to help you, it also starts with them too, right? Are they ready to work? Right. And the only person who can answer that is themselves. I had a gentleman call me a few months ago asking me, so do you think I'm employable? And I said, well, only you can answer that. You're sharing with me all of the things that you have that you're going through. And while I'm saying, okay, that's fine, I'm not going to know unless you tell me yourself that you're employable. I haven't heard from him since then, so maybe he had a change of heart, I don't know.
And we saw that since COVID, all of the benefits that people were getting during COVID and after COVID, all that is COVID's gone. It's long gone. It's more than 5 years, going on 6 years. Right? So we can't talk about what's happened, what we were receiving during COVID. Now you're not receiving anything. But there are programs, right, that can help you get skills, help you get your health certificate. And like you said, if they're going to be doing the janitorial services, they learn about the different chemicals that they're using, so they get a certification that they've completed that training, right? And so they know what to do.
And we have in-house trainers who are certified through public health.
Right.
So, because we know the audience, we know the different accommodations they're going to need when it's teaching them things, when it's testing them, when it's really, understanding or making sure that they understand the content. Right. So, we know that, okay, we're going to need a little extra time, or we need a smaller class, or we need, for example, for some of our new employees, we bring in correct. Yes. So I think, the fact that we actually own that process and provide that support is addition to just being employed.
Then going out and getting these certifications.
Oh, yeah. There's not going to know, not every trainer is going to know how to accommodate someone with, especially with the cognitive disability. And you're talking about solutions and chemicals.
Because you don't want to, be in a chemistry lab because they mix the wrong thing.
Or they get frustrated or they're going too fast and they just, they just don't want to do it anymore.
And so that's the thing, is to getting them into their comfort zone, meaning you would take a little time to teach them this, right? Or let them ask the questions at their pace. Right?
Correct. Yeah.
So that they comprehend, understand.
Yes.
And that's the goal, is to make sure that they understand that this is the process.
And that's also what we do for a lot of them who have never worked before and are joining our workforce for the first time. So, on-the-job training, we're not expecting you to know all of the tasks we're going to give you right off the bat, but we are going to provide you, that extra support and resource to teach you the appropriate ways of how to complete your tasks, right? So that we can together as a team commit to our services.
Right. So, that's a great thing. So, your office is located in Austin, right?
So we are on the second floor of the Nexon building.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's right underneath one.
Right across out of the governor's office.
Yeah, next to Mobile Gas Station.
Correct, yeah.
Next to Unstone.
Carabel Brewer.
Yeah, okay. So you're right there along Adelaide, Marine Corps Drive. And so it's easy easy for people. You know, there's a transit, you know, you get up.
You would think it's easy.
Yeah, you get there.
There's some people who never leave Denver. You know, they never go like, where?
Everything's in Denver.
Exactly. So they're like, there. For 2 months, not really helpful.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's unlike the corporate villages, right?
Make sure you tell them to go past Committee and make that last
Yeah. But still, you know, it's, I invest in individuals who are doing part of your custodial services.
Okay.
They work in those areas.
I hope they're helping.
Oh, they are. You know, the only thing is that because they don't drive, mom has to drive them to different places that, you know, wherever their job site is at, right? And she has to drive them to the entrance gate because somebody from ICANN van pick them up and take them to their job sites.
You know, for some of our employees who are fortunate enough to have family members to drive them, there are the larger majority who use the paratransit. And what I've recently learned is that ICANN employees are the majority of the paratransit clients. So, because a lot of our contracts are at Anderson, we utilize almost all, if not, we do use all of the paratransit day morning just for ICANN employees to get their day out.
Yeah. And each of them have to have a base access client, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, and you help them with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So all the process for vetting and making sure that they can get their health certificate, that their claims for the using the
chemical. You just have to apply, get interviewed, and get selected, and we'll take you along the way with everything else.
Yeah. So, you know, those who have family members with severe or significant disabilities can apply for this program for job employment, right? So they are a private sector employer who are a nonprofit organization that have provide food services, food service, and dining facilities, and custodial services at the day schools. So all contracted with the military, right? And you know, they give the opportunity to those with those severe and significant disabilities to apply for jobs and get placed. As once you fill out the application, I used to always hear as a mayor before, can you help me get a job? I said, well, did you even turn in an application? You know, you don't just get a job without turning in an application, right? I always say, show me the rating after you do that whole process, right? Because I can give you a letter of recommendation, but the application process is the first. That's the key that turns the ignition on, right? And so they just got to do that, and then the rest is your ICANN will help. Your organization, your staff will help them through the process of the certificate, the training for the
anything job
related, and then also to get that base access. Right?
Oh yeah. So if you've been selected, then all the other required documents that we're going to require, we're going to help you along the way. But I do want to just also add something really quick is that while anyone can apply, and our program is really for those who have a significant or severe disability, they must be able to forge documentation that will vet the disability they are claiming. So those are some of the, causes throughout the process after the interviews take place. Is having to find, or the applicant or candidate is having to flourish those documents. So it would be good to have those on hand and ready. And what we do whenever we do receive applications is we do a quick screening just to make sure, right? Because while we can call and interview, we want to make sure that we're interviewing folks who are aware of what they're going to need so that we kind of give you a heads up. Do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have this? If you say yes, then we know we can pursue and move forward with the interviews. Because if you don't, then that's going to be one of the, bumps in the road that we're going to. And that's a lot of the times that's usually what takes up the time before we can actually have you start. I'm one of those gatekeepers. I have to review your document.
Yeah.
I have to make sure that the disability or training is actually suitable for our program. Okay, will satisfy the compliance piece. So those are just something that I want to make sure that our community is aware of.
Right. And so so of course, to submit an application, they would need of course, an ID, right? A government ID, like a driver's, to
submit an application, you don't need an ID.
They don't need an ID. Would they need a police clearance and a court clearance?
To submit your application, you just need the application or a resume. Just to submit, right? You're opening the door, here's the application, here's my resume. If you don't have a resume, that's okay. Now, if we call you for an interview, at that time, you still don't even, eventually you will. Because then when, let's say you are selected, I call you, our team calls you, and we say, we want to offer you the job that you interviewed for, and they accept verbally, then we give them the list of things they're going to need, which is, a lot of the times it's not just us, because we're also sponsoring their base class and related to DBIDs, right? So UCC has their own requirements. So you need to have a valid photo identification, whether it be a passport, a real ID, or even a driver's license. But the passport and real ID are the best items to have for vacation.
Yeah, because it passes the real ID requirement.
And that is a requirement from them, not us, right? So we let them know that ahead of time. And then, so again, once you pass the interview process and you are selected, then we give you the full list of the police clearance, court clearance, all of that other good stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the training will take place once they get assigned or identified.
Once all of the processing has been completed, right, getting the documents, getting the ID, and you picked up your base pass, then we can actually bring it for onboarding. And then onboarding is where we would then teach you, right, the basics, the fundamentals, and kind of go over all of the, interesting things of policies and procedures. And then they join the rest of the team, and then they start to actually work and contribute.
That's right.
Yes.
So that's great. It gives an opportunity for individuals with severe or significant disabilities to be employed.
A chance at life, right? Because a lot of the times, this is where the humbling piece comes in with what we do. And we come from a small support office. There's less than 20 of us, right? But together we are mighty.
Right. And you're empowered. And you're empowering people.
Absolutely. But at the same time, they inspire us. So, some of the things that we do, right, because we're not your average employer, right, where we just follow the checklist and that's it. Like I said, I was sharing with you earlier. Sometimes we're very generous because we understand certain people's situation and circumstances. And we understand it's going to take a little longer and a lot more reminders, repetition, and training for them to get it. And so, one of the beautiful things that we've discovered is when we have a new employee new to the workforce, and 4 years later, they are this person that we cannot even, who are you? They transform to be independent, right? They have more confidence. I got to share one employee who was in a really bad state emotionally and mentally last year joining us. And today, this person has their own place, right? Is renting on their own. So a year later, they come from X place, and now they're completely transformed to this new human being that they are, all because of not just the fact that they have a job and they're earning a paycheck, but you have a support team behind you, right? Cheering you on and helping remind you that through these barriers, through your challenges, there's only good to come, and you just want to keep pushing.
Keep moving forward.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
And so out in the field, when they're in the job site, you also have trainers that are with them out there, do you? Or supervisors?
Yes. So we have our team leads or supervisors in our management team, and there's a lot of them, because, again, even just for a small group, it takes a village. It's a collaborative effort, not just at work, but even at home, right? Even at home, because I'm in the HR side, and so often when I have to collaborate and do the help and assistance and support of a family member or legal guardian, it's a together initiative. It's not just what we're doing at work. They go home to you afterwards. So together, we're going to help this person, your family member, like our employee, to get as independent as they possibly can. Yes. Right? Even if it's enough to help them advocate for themselves and learning how to ask the right questions or what are those right questions for them. Because every person is different.
Yeah, and so that's a great thing about your program. I know that West Care also deals with homeless vets, right? And so every time I see somebody on the side of the road saying, I'm a homeless vet, I need services or I need help, I'll take a picture and I'll send it to somebody at West Care. And they say, oh my God, what intersection is that? Or I get a message saying, he was our client, but he didn't follow the rules, right?
And I was talking to you about that earlier.
About following the rules, right? Yeah. So again, you want to try to get them engaged, empower them, and then they become independent rather than dependent, right?
Well, that's the goal.
That's the goal. And so, you have one who just transformed from last year to this year. Now this is the person that's out there taking the lead and doing this.
Inspiring others.
And inspiring others. Yes. And then you have those that were on the program, but because of the support, not really encouraging support from home, right? You get it from the organization when they're there because they're all supporting each other, all clapping and cheering each other on, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then also knowing how to calm each other down, right?
Oh, yeah. They're each other's support.
Yes.
So it's really, when we have our company gatherings, like the picnics and the holiday parades, or even Special Olympics, and you see them mingling and interacting together, and, they're not always from the same side. Our folks are just like anybody else.
Right.
They want to be friends, right? They want to have friends. They want families. They want to go shopping. They want to have, a romantic interest in that one person. They're human beings. They want the same things everybody else wants. They just can't communicate it the same way. They can't show it the same way. But they have their own unique ways of, showing each other favor and getting around barriers that they have. And if you just stop and really look and observe and invest a little bit of that time, you see it, you get it. Right? And you're like, well, you're just like everybody else. You just, you have a different way of communicating. That's all.
Right. Different ways to maybe comprehend it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And you want to see the success. And so, Lonnie, my question to you is, you've been there 7 years this month. Have you seen progress? What's one thing that really sticks out in your mind? I mean, you talked about that one client that from last year to this year has really excelled and expanded on what he's done. Have you seen others in the organization that have been there as long as you have been, and you've seen how they've excelled?
Oh, yes. Not every day, but every year. Because I'm someone that likes to reference. So there are a few who started around the same time as me. And I got to know them a little bit in my own way as well as their parents and their support. So, to see it, even just for a nonverbal person who's on the spectrum, who started nonverbal but can do the work and listen, and then 3 years later is greeting me without me having to greet them, that is huge already. And even now to be able to have a conversation, whereas before it used to be, and I'm talking about another person now, so before it was always just I had to initiate the contact, I had to initiate the questions and they would answer. And years later, they're the ones asking, they're the ones carrying the conversation. So to know that we've made a connection, to know that they are coming out of their shell, right? And they're learning social skills. Social skills are a big deal. They are a big deal. And it's important. It's important because, that's how you connect, right? And not everyone is in touch with their emotions or affectionate people. But even to have just a little bit of them just to greet you, that's already absolutely. So each person who I have gotten to know over the years has some sort of milestone that it's not mine, but I'm just so proud of them as a mother. Right? As a mother, it's like, my gosh, look at you. It just makes you so happy. And especially to see them enjoying their time with their colleagues, being proud. I have a phone now. Or, oh, look, I went to the gun trainers. I got new jeans. I got a haircut. Or I got my hair dyed. It's such a joy. And so I think that's just the pleasant thing in being a part of this organization is you take joy in other people's joy because it's really, a big deal, right? You got your hair done, but to them it's wow. Yeah. Especially they did that before. Yes, and they paid for it. That's right. That's the more they paid for it. Or they're buying their co-workers drinks or, some happy birthday donut or muffin for their boss. Look at that. What is the age limit? A 50-year-old who has severe disability. So there's no age limit. However, again, because of the DCC demands of their requirements, they have to be at least 18. Okay. So 18 is the youngest. But we have all ages. You can't discriminate. Right. But if they can work, and a lot of them do, then they're going to work. Yeah. And we do have someone like, usually people at your age are already retiring before I want. So, okay, if you want to keep going, it's fine with me. So, Lonnie, your ICANN resources, your contact number at the office is area code, of course, 671-646-4226. And that spells ICANN. 646 ICANN. And likewise with my mobile number. Okay. So you put your mobile number out. On purpose, they put that there. Yeah. But we do want, if our listeners, I'm hoping that our listeners are interested in this. You have a family member, or you have a friend that has significant or severe disability. And is still capable of going out there, please call ICANN Resources. They're a private sector employer who are a nonprofit organization that provides employment and the services for food services and dining areas within dining facilities on the bases, as well as custodial services at the Gagea schools. And, of course, we can walk in to your office located on the second floor of the Matson building across Avenue, the governor's office, or you can apply online, and your website is icanguam.com. Correct. Okay. So you can go to the website, icanguam.com, and apply on click on the link that says online application careers, and or if you're a counselor, a social worker, a medical provider that knows that your patients or your clients or your friends might qualify for this. The key is turning in an application or a resume. And if they haven't prepared a resume, just put out the answer number of the application. Right? It just says name, date of birth, address, right? Open the door with the application. Yeah, open the door with the application. That's the key that turns the admission on, right?
once you get the application in, and then, of course, a certification, a documentation to vet the disability that they are claiming as well, right?
At some point, we will eventually have that. Right now, we are
the application.
Open the door, turn in your application, and you'll never know what happens after that.
Yeah. The best thing that can happen is they get placed in a job, right? And they'll go through a job training. The worst that can happen, they say, oh, your disability doesn't count. Right? But disabled veterans also can apply. You know, some of them are young. They're not all old.
Yeah.
Age doesn't matter as long as you're 18 or older. Correct, right?
Yeah.
Once the ignition is turned on for the application to move on, all other documents will be forthcoming once the application is
let
ready.
them know what we need and when we need it.
Right. So again, to call Leilani Champaco over at ICANN Resources, you can call 646-4226. Another question is because you mentioned that some don't leave past winning. They don't know, they can't navigate their direction after winning. We do outreaches. I know you did that presentation at the Mayor's Council. Do you go out to communities to do like a community outreach?
You know, again, because COVID, I think there was one that we participated in. It was held at the Sheraton.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was Bigfoot at the time. I want to say it was just that they had a job fair, and we had participated in that. But, you know, we're always trying to look for, like, UOG, and I haven't heard, you know, we're always trying to keep, everybody at the office trying to keep an eye out for any kind of job fair, just so we could at least get, you know, our foot in the door and even a little corner to ourselves. So that's something we would want to do. We just haven't been successful enough to find. Yeah. Or if anyone still does
organization. So one of the things that the Homeless Coalition does is, you know, after they do a point-in-time count, which is going out to look at the homeless in the different areas and getting a survey, like a census of what, they also have a fair or an outreach that they do it again at Chamorro Village. They also do one at Chamorro Village where homeless are bussed in. And, you know, sometimes, like we said, sometimes individuals who are homeless, you know, it's because they don't have the means to take care of themselves or, you know, financial means, right? So what they do is they know no other place, and they see their friend out there, and they'll go, and they haven't seen their provider at behavioral health, maybe to get their medication that they need for their disability. And so I'm wondering maybe something like that when they do those extended outreaches at Chamorro Village with the Homeless Coalition.
I do stand corrected. I recall, we did attend one of those. It was in the pavilion.
Yes,
they had
the haircuts, right.
There was one company who was giving free haircuts.
Yes.
So we did participate in that. So I remember that was a while ago.
That was a while ago.
Yeah. So we did that, and I think there was another one again by Baker. I'm not sure if it was the homeless.
Yeah, it was at the
there were two. So, you know, they know to invite us because they know what we're all about. Yeah. But again, like I said, with the remainder of the community, you know, at large, right, we recognize there's still a huge chunk that don't really know. They're not aware about who we are. Maybe they are, but they don't really know truthfully what our purpose and our mission is. And so, again, you know, collectively, our entire office will continue to network and try to find, you know, because I know they do sometimes have you in a shopping center in the middle of their atrium area or at the mall with the center. So those are things we would love to, you know, and be a part of and piggyback or maybe even participate in. And then we have done specifically with specific schools. So like GW will reach out to us with interest from students who are ready. So we'll post a mini job fair for just that school. So we're very flexible, right? Depending on the amount of people, the intent, One, spreading awareness and educating them about who we are and what we do. And then it also helps them with, some skills with getting interviewed and resume writing and filling out an ID, just the whole process of that. Sometimes they get picked up, sometimes they don't. It really all just depends on the timing and the vacancies we do have available at the time that you're seeking employment, right? So, if you know anyone, you've got my contact info now, please let them know.
Guys is putting this up on our website. And so, again, anybody who has family members or even yourself, significantly severe disability, turn in an application to ICANN Resources. We have Blaine Marnichapako here, who's the Employee Service Manager. And their office is actually located on the second floor of the Maxwell Building in Anigua, right across from Avenue, near Flintstone Coffee and Carvel. So, and then, of course, if you would like to call to get more information, you can call at 646-4226. And or email or go onto their website at icanguam.com and go into careers, right? Career opportunities. Well, thank you, Leon. We are almost at the top of the hour. I really appreciate all that information. Even when I heard you at the Mayor's Council, I was just getting, but I actually messaged you. While I was off, you were still off. And I said, take time to decompress after your trip, and then we'll get together and get this information to our listeners here at the
Well, thank you for reaching out. I'm very happy you were there today, giving us this opportunity today. An opportunity to help share, continuously share about content, what we do, and what we're all about is always a gift. So thank you so much for your time today and having me on.
You're very resourceful. This ends our show for the week, and I'll see you soon, guys. It was a great
I enjoyed this very much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And to the team at ICANN, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Pretty cool shape up. Thank you.
Hey, Mike.
Farewell, CBS. This is Savares, and I'm Alan Davidson. We're proud to have been with CBS News for the last 36 years, over one-third of the Tiffany Network's entire life. Lots of great memories over the years. We're continuing Soundbites on the stations where you've heard us for years, and new ones, as well as soundbitesradio.com and leading podcast sites. Since the day John Siff and I founded Soundbites, we've explored the fast-changing tech world in over 9,000 shows. From early computers and laptops to Napster, AOL, phones, internet, social media, and today's near magical AI. Speaking for John and Liz McLeod, longtime key member of our team, thanks to the CBS team for making it all possible. Lastly, we'd love to hear from you. Email us at team@soundbitesradio.com. And so, for the last time,
with Soundbites, I'm John Ziff.
And I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Mosque attack. I'm Fred Bottomer with Report on Religion. 2 teenagers attacked an Islamic center in San Diego on Monday, fatally shooting 3 people. This 9-year-old student was among dozens of children inside at the time.
I went inside the closet with my whole class. We heard 12 or 16 gunshots. And then the SWAT team said, if we open up, and they opened the door, I felt a bit scared. My legs were shaking. My head was hurting a lot. It felt like a rock.
CBS News correspondent Christopher Cruz.
3 people were killed, among them a security guard. Police Chief Scott Wall.
I think it's fair to say his actions were heroic, and undoubtedly he saved lives.
The 2 teenage gunmen were found dead in a car a few blocks away from a second crime scene, where they shot at a landscaper, San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria.
My heart is with every person that is impacted by this horrific tragedy.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
CBS News correspondent Lana Zach.
On Tuesday, the FBI said the teens were radicalized and met online and have written what authorities described as a manifesto. The 75-page document reviewed by CBS News included Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and misogynist rhetoric.
They didn't discriminate on who they hated. It covered a wide aspect of races and religions.
Places of worship are, by design, open environments, right? Very welcoming. I think, as of late, because of our current climate, we have to change the posture, the security posture.
Michael Alcazar is a criminal justice professor at John Jay College in New York.
We have to make sure that it's safe. They should establish layers of security to ensure that the people attending these facilities are safe. It's probably a good idea to have law enforcement at the facility or trained security personnel to prevent attacks like this one.
Week report on religion. Fred Latimer, CBS News.
It's time to glaze over the details and get to the good stuff. In fact, this is the 12th time, and even dozen, we've ever featured a story about our favorite ring-shaped creek. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 5th.
While we celebrate National Donut Day as a timeless tradition, its status as a sophisticated breakfast staple was actually cemented by a single scene in the 1934 film It Happened One Night. Before the movie's release, dunking a donut was often dismissed as a messy, low-class habit. That changed when Patti character gave a suave, on-screen masterclass in the art of the dunk. Teaching America that the secret was a quick 2-second tip and cough. This cinematic moment coincided perfectly with the 1934 Chicago World's Fair, where automated donut machines were being hailed as the food hit of the century that transformed the hungry pastry from a simple snack into a modern, high-tech symbol of American comfort.
I love a great donut, but I want my coffee beside it.
I don't even see many people dunk their donuts.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody dunk their donut.
Maybe they were just bad donuts. Those are all awesome,
right?
Delicious, really soft, glazed, and
yum. We're also celebrating National Veggie Burger Day and National Moonshine Day. I'm Allison on this one.
I'm Marlon Anderson with National Day Calendar, inviting you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks. Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about PairNet. PairNet offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because PairNet is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, PairNet is your best choice. Remember PairNet when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. PairNet.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. Wave 105. The Clark and Brown. Voices Media.
Law is building the future. Celebrate the